Chapter 222. For a high school student, Qin Tian's figure was actually quite good. Slender and tall, she was in high spirits. She had the unique vigor of a young person, but also a maturity that shouldn't belong to her age. However, if she wanted to be the standard of big breasts and round buttocks that Fang Yan mentioned, she might not have the chance in this lifetime. Because her bones were thin and narrow, belonging to the slender type. Even if a peach became plump when it ripened, it could not become a fleshy bomb that people often talked about. This was determined by congenital constitution. Qin Tian looked at Fang Yan with a natural expression, not taking Fang Yan's joke about her thin figure seriously at all. She said, "You denied my present and my future. Don't you think it's cruel to do this?" Fang Yan said helplessly, "Men tell dirty jokes to women because they want to see the cute blushing and shy look of the girl. The gentleness when she lowers her head is just like the shyness of a water lotus that can't withstand the cold wind. For women, this kind of state is the most beautiful and sexy state. You are so calm and generous, don't you think it's too disrespectful of men's labor?" A blush appeared on Qin Tian's face. Her right hand gently brushed away a strand of hair hanging down to her forehead. Her eyelashes were curved, and her eyes blinked. She looked at Fang Yan shyly, and said, "Is that so? This is how a woman should behave when she hears dirty jokes." Fang Yan said with relief. "Then let's do it again." Qin Tian said. "Fang Yan, tell me another dirty joke." Seeing Fang Yan's stunned look, the two looked at each other and laughed. Fang Yan shook his head with a smile and said, "Qin Tian, most of the time, I really can't treat you as a child. If I'm not careful, I will treat you as an adult." Qin Tian glanced at Fang Yan and said, "We sat down for less than 20 minutes, and you have insulted me twice in a row. Fortunately, you are Fang Yan, who I like, or I would have kicked you into this abyss." The 10 Feet Abyss was one of the most unique restaurants in Yangcheng. Countless rich ladies, second or third generation rich second or third generation rich second or third generation rich men with deep family backgrounds would choose to dine and drink here. They were all extremely low-profile young masters who frequented high-class places and never engaged in small talk with others. How romantic was it to chat and drink with the person you loved on the edge of a precipitous cliff under the afterglow of the setting sun. Then, he took a photo and sent it to his WeChat moments. He wrote, "Sunshine and you are here. This is the future I want. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm waiting for my best friend to praise me on the surface and curse this woman behind my back." Wu Yiwei was the manager on duty at the 10 Feet Abyss restaurant today. Because the 10 Feet Abyss restaurant was only open to members, and these members were all wealthy and respectable people, the restaurant's employees were highly capable. This was especially true for a manager on duty like her. Maintaining the relationship with the VIP customers, making them pay a hefty membership fee every year, and even ordering the most expensive La Fight was a test of one's EQ and IQ. Wu Yiwei did a great job in this aspect, and this was also the best proof of her promotion from a receptionist to a manager on duty in just 3 years. All the seats were booked, and the 10 Feet Abyss restaurant's business was booming as usual. However, this didn't mean that Wu Yiwei's work for the day was over. There were still many distinguished guests who had yet to arrive, and she had to wait at the entrance to greet them. Several luxury cars stopped at the restaurant's entrance. Wu Yiwei's eyes lit up and she quickly walked to the door of the first Bentley. She took the initiative to open the back door and said with a charming smile, "Third young master, you're finally here. I've been waiting at the entrance ever since I received your call. I was worried that I wouldn't have the chance to see third young master's elegant demeanor tonight. How regretful would that be?" Zhang Lin got out of the luxury car, but he didn't hug Wu Yiwei and take advantage of her like before. Instead, he looked at her in a very gentlemanly manner and said, "I'm here to accompany a few friends for a drink and a chat. You must help me entertain them." Fear. Wu Yiwei could see a trace of fear from Zhang Lin's words and eyes. One must know that when Zhang Lin came over in the past, he would casually put his arm around her shoulder and say, "I'm here to play with a few friends. You must help me entertain them." In the past, he used the word bring. He was the leader, and those who came with him were all his subordinates. This time, he used the word accompany. He was only here to accompany them, not the real protagonist tonight. Hua Xia's writing was broad and profound, and the difference of a single word was like the difference between heaven and earth. Wu Yiwei was a graduate of ancient Chinese literature, so how could she not understand the meaning behind it? Thus, her phoenix eyes swept around and immediately recognized the real soul of this group of young masters, Lu Qingming. Lu Qingming was a member of Huacheng's Lu family and the cousin of Lu Shu, one of the four beauties of Huacheng. Because Lu Shu's previous reputation was too resounding, Lu Qingming seemed insignificant in comparison. Later on, he heard that Lu Shu had an accident and didn't appear in public for a long time. For some unknown reason, the Lu family pushed Lu Qingming out on several important occasions. Thus, Lu Qingming became a hot figure in Huacheng all of a sudden. Towards such a powerful figure, Wu Yiwei naturally paid attention to him. Of course, Wu Yiwei knew the rules. She wouldn't immediately greet and curry favor with Lu Qingming just because his background was deeper than Zhang Lin's. That would only make Lu Qingming look down on her, and similarly, make Zhang Lin feel disgusted. What she needed to do was to take care of Zhang Lin, and at the same time, greet Lu Qingming and let him know that she knew that he was an important figure. That was enough. Just as Wu Yiwei was thinking about this, a scene that surprised her appeared. After getting off the car, Lu Qingming walked to the Mercedes-Benz at the end of the line in an extremely natural manner. He very naturally helped to open the back door and invited a bespectacled man who looked refined yet very ordinary. Wu Yiwei's heart suddenly shrank. Lu Qingming was already the top young master in Huacheng's circle. Then, who was the man who took the initiative to open the door for him? Wei Wei, is our position ready? Zhang Lin patted Wu Yiwei's shoulder, signaling her to come back to her senses. Third young master, everything is ready. I will accompany you. Wu Yiwei said with a charming smile. The group of people passed through the side road and walked towards the cliff on the left. There was a large protruding boulder, and the stone was simply surrounded by a railing. Then, there was a large white table and a few white round chairs on it. Obviously, that was the position that Zhang Lin had booked in advance. At this moment, Jiang Junling, who was walking in the back, suddenly stopped. Jiang Junling was the person that Lu Qingming paid attention to. Seeing his strange action, Lu Qingming, who was explaining the uniqueness of this restaurant, immediately shut his mouth and looked in the direction that he was looking at with a strange look in his eyes. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman had a noble and peerless temperament. Jiang Junling didn't speak, and Lu Qingming didn't ask either. He knew that Jiang Junling was a person who didn't like to talk much. And he had just replaced Lu Shu's position, so he didn't have a clear understanding of Jiang Junling's character and temper. The less he spoke, the less mistakes he would make. Since Jiang Junling and Lu Qingming stopped, the people behind them naturally stopped as well. Zhang Lin and Wu Yiwei only reacted after walking a few steps. Zhang Lin glanced at the direction that Lu Qingming was looking at and looked at Wu Yiwei. The scenery on the other side of that table is better. I want that table. The smile on Wu Yiwei's face stiffened, but it returned to normal in an instant. She hugged Zhang Lin's arm and rubbed her plump breasts against his body. Then, she gently and meticulously explained, Third young master, since you like that table, I will definitely prepare it for you in advance next time. I will prepare it for you whenever you want it. Zhang Lin, who used to be obedient to Wu Yiwei, suddenly became fierce and ruthless. He ignored Wu Yiwei's ambiguous attack and sneered, I want it now. Third young master, the dishes have just been served. It's really difficult for me. Wu Yiwei smiled obsequiously and begged. What's the background of that man and woman? Zhang Lin asked. It's Miss Qin who booked the table, Wu Yiwei said. Although Miss Qin rarely eats here, she has been a 3-year senior member of the 10 Feet Abyss. I have never seen that man. Miss Qin. Which family's Miss Qin is she from? Zhang Lin asked again. Wu Yiwei shook her head and said, I only know that her surname is Qin, but I don't know which family she is from. Third young master, you don't know her either. It's easier to talk if you don't know her. Zhang Lin chuckled. I don't care how you do it. Immediately, chase them away. I want the table they're sitting at now. Third young master, the location of Pigeon Back is actually quite good. The feng shui is excellent, and the view is wide. Look, there's a large stretch of beach right across, and the canyon is filled with smoke. Slap. Zhang Lin slapped Wu Wei's face and scolded, stinking whore, do you want to die? Don't you know how much money I spent on you? I gave you face in the past, but now you're not giving me face. Third young master, it's not that I don't want to help, but our 10 feet abyss has a rule. We can't chase away other customers or force them to give up their table for no reason. If I do that, the reputation of our 10 feet abyss will be ruined. Although Wu Wei was slapped, she still explained in a low voice. She knew that these young masters were temperamental. When they got close to you, it was because they were pretending to be refined. When you accidentally angered them and they bared their fangs at you, that was their true colors. In their eyes, they simply didn't treat a small character like her as a person. Zhang Lin looked at Wu Wei with a sneer and said, you don't dare, but I do. I'll go talk to them. I think they will give me, Zhang Lin, face. Lu Qingming stood beside Jiang Junling and whispered, Zhang Lin, the youngest son of Blue Sky Group's Zhang Qingpu, is a good dog. Chapter 223. As a good dog, it had to have the awareness to pounce and bite people for its owner. Zhang Lin was the third son of the Blue Sky Group's boss, Zhang Qingpu. The Blue Sky Group was a very famous construction company in Huacheng. 20 years ago, Zhang Qingpu was just a small labor contractor who led a dozen villagers to build houses for people. An annual income of 1,800,000 yuan was enough to satisfy him. He felt that there was no job in the world more blissful than being a labor contractor. He decided to be a contractor for the rest of his life. This was a career that could bring honor to his ancestors. Later, he had the opportunity to meet Lu Qingtian, the core figure of the Lu family. Lu Qingtian valued his ability and asked him a question, do you want to be a big shot? Big shot. Zhang Qingpu hadn't figured out the difference between a big shot and a big shot before he nodded in a panic. He knew that this was a huge opportunity for him. Therefore, with the support of the Lu family's funds and connections, Zhang Qingpu's Zhang Qingpu construction team became the Blue Sky Company, and the Blue Sky Company became the current Blue Sky Group. Zhang Qingpu became a famous figure in the business world of Huacheng. He could make countless people look at him with a stomp of his foot. At the same time, he also became a dog under Lu Qingtian's tutelage. Like many other distinguished Shar-Pei dogs, they either guarded the door or bit people. They had a clear division of labor and would never overstep their boundaries. If someone gave you a bone, you would be their dog. Very fair. What was worse was that this relationship could be inherited from generation to generation. His father, Zhang Qingpu, was Lu Qingtian's dog, so Zhang Lin naturally became Lu Qingming's dog. It was a matter of course. Even Zhang Lin himself didn't have any objections. Zhang Lin wasn't the kind of man who would have his hormones skyrocket at the sight of a beautiful woman. Which man in their circle didn't go through hundreds of battles? Some of the less famous models or female students who didn't have a background were 10 times better than those celebrities who showed off in the media. He didn't have any ill feelings towards the young man and woman. He even felt that they looked like a perfect match. However, he didn't know why the noble from Yanjing was unhappy with them. Although he didn't show anything, although Lu Qingming didn't give him any instructions or promises, he was the one who arranged the dinner tonight. However, he was the organizer of this dinner tonight, so he had to stand up and pull a cloud to make some noise. At least, he had to give them a chance to speak and intervene. He was a dog, and a dog had to have its uses. Every family has its own difficulties. As a rich second generation with dreams and a bright future, do you think his life is easy? He hadn't seen the woman or heard of the man. Fortunately, the young man and woman were just two ordinary people. Zhang Lin walked to Fang Yan and said with a smile, "Perhaps this is a little sudden for you. But this is entirely for your own good. Give me your table. You have two choices. First, I'll get someone to arrange another table for you. Second." Zhang Lin pointed to the sizzling steak that had just been served on the table and said, "Pack it up and leave." Zhang. Zhang as he said, Zhang and Zhang. Zhang Fang Yan, who was about to cut his steak, looked at Qinitian with a troubled expression. "Next time, can we not go to a restaurant that costs more than 100 renminbi per person? The first time I went to Sky One, someone tried to kill me. The second time, someone wanted to beat me. Zhang. Someone wants to bully me again. I often bring Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan to the small restaurant near the school gate to eat fish with pickled cabbage. The boss is very friendly to me. Everyone who sees me would respectfully address me as Fang Laosher. No one has ever asked me to pack up my table and leave. Last night, I watched a popular idol drama. At a high-class party, the second female lead felt that the first female lead didn't deserve to wear branded clothes to such a high-class party, so she splashed the first female lead's face with the red wine in her glass. Maybe they all think I don't deserve to eat at such a place. Otherwise, why would I be hated by people everywhere I go? Qinitian didn't even want to look at Zhang Lin. He was afraid that it would affect his good mood and appetite. He swirled the wine glass in his hand and said with a smile, "You don't deserve to eat here." Who do they think they are? Zhang Lin's eyes became vicious. He looked at Qinitian and said, "You don't know how to cherish me when I talk nicely. When I stop talking, it will be too late for you to regret it. I'll give you 1 minute. Immediately, disappear from my sight." Fang Yan patted Zhang Lin's butt and said, "All right, young man, stop messing around. Whenever there's a scene of a hooligan looking for trouble on TV, there must be an unspeakable conspiracy behind it. Do you like my female partner? Or do you like my female partner's male partner?" Zhang Lin's head turned a few times before he realized who the female partner's male partner was. His face was as ugly as pig's blood. This bastard, did he think he was gay? Zhang Lin was so angry that he laughed and said, "Looks like you don't want to give me face. I don't even know who you are. Why should I give you face?" Fang Yan asked. "Pa." A big hand was placed on Fang Yan's shoulder. A black-clothed man got Zhang Lin's order and was ready to throw this arrogant little baldy into the abyss. At least he would be scared half to death. Fang Yan looked at Zhang Lin and said, "Isn't it good for everyone to eat obediently? Why do you have to make such a mess? You provoked me for no reason, and I beat you up in anger. I'm really tired of this kind of show." Zhang Lin laughed and pointed at Fang Yan and said, "This kid is really interesting. Since you're tired of the act of beating people up, why don't you try the act of being beaten up?" Zhang Lin looked at the black-clothed man and said, "Camel, I want one of his arms." A violent sneer appeared on Camel's face. When he was about to follow the order and break one of Fang Yan's arms, a tender white hand was placed on his arm. "Break!" Camel's chi sank to his dantian and shouted angrily. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. However, it wasn't Fang Yan's arm that was broken, but Camel's arm that was about to break Fang Yan's arm. Just as Camel was about to exert force, a strong force suddenly attacked him. He couldn't resist. His arm tightened and loosened, and then he lost control of it. In the eyes of outsiders, they only saw Fang Yan reach out and pat his shoulder. Then Camel grunted and suffered a heavy blow. It was terrifying to break someone's arm so easily. Camel took a few steps back and looked at Fang Yan in horror while holding his broken arm. Zhang Lin also noticed this change and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He stared at Fang Yan and said, "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant and despotic in the 10 feet abyss. It turns out that you have some skills. Listen to that, it's like bullying people. They came to make you move your table, threatened you, and used violence. In the end, when you fought back, they described you as arrogant and despotic. Well, since you said I'm arrogant and despotic, then I'll be arrogant and despotic for once. Fang Yan pushed the chair away and stood up. He walked toward Zhang Lin. Camel was worried that his young master would be injured. He reached out with his good arm and clenched his fist, smashing it heavily toward Fang Yan's face. Clang, his fist was still in the air when Fang Yan punched him in the eye socket. Thud thud thud, Camel's body stepped back again and again until he hit a protruding boulder. His eye socket was red and swollen, and his vision was blurred. Blood flowed out from the corner of his eye and then slid down his cheek. His appearance was horrifying to look at. Under the pain, Camel's body couldn't stand steadily. He leaned against the boulder and slowly slid down, sitting on the ground. Another slightly shorter bodyguard in black attacked Fang Yan's ribs from the side. Fang Yan turned his wrist and held his fist. With a light pull, the bodyguard in black was pulled in front of Fang Yan. Then Fang Yan punched him in the ribs under the armpit. Kacha, the sound of bones breaking sounded again. The bodyguard in black screamed and his body softly collapsed. The two bodyguards he brought were injured one after another. This was what Zhang Lin didn't expect. This was a dangerous person. He could see it from the fact that Fang Yan didn't even flinch when he knocked down his two bodyguards. He finally had a clearer and direct understanding of this seemingly gentle and handsome young man. Want to hit me? Do you know what kind of consequences this will bring to you? Zhang Lin stood there without moving. He was afraid. He wanted to turn around and run away. But he knew in his heart that once he did that, Lu Qingming and the others would kick him away like he was dog shit. Most of the time, you know what is right. But, you can't do that. Fang Yan smiled and didn't answer. He walked in front of Zhang Lin and stood still, waiting for him to continue. You can knock down 2 people. What about 20? What about 200? Zhang Lin thought that the threat was effective and regained some courage. I can casually mobilize hundreds of people to besiege you. At that time, it won't be something that can be settled with just one arm. This is your threat? Fang Yan asked with a smile. Fang Yan grabbed Zhang Lin's neck and lifted him up with one hand. Then, he walked step by step to the edge of the cliff and threw his body over the railing, leaving Zhang Lin's feet hanging in the air. His hair was messed up and the sound of the wind was in his ears. Below him was a 10,000 feet cliff. If he was a little careless, he would fall to his death. Zhang Lin was scared. This time, he was really scared. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but his throat was stuck by Fang Yan, so he couldn't say anything. His face turned purple and his breathing became more and more difficult. He was about to suffocate to death. Even so, he couldn't move and didn't dare to resist. Because he was worried that if he struggled a little too much, he would fall into the bottomless abyss. Fang Yan smiled sincerely and said, "You see, this is a threat. You can't even be a hoodlum, what else can you be?" Chapter 224. You can't even be a hooligan, what else can you be? Was there a more vicious humiliation than this? Although Zhang Lin was very afraid of death, in that short period of 0.01 seconds, he actually had such a thought, let go and let me die. For him, this feeling was worse than death. Zhang Lin's entire body fell outside the railing, hanging on the cliff. As long as Fang Yan loosened his grip, or accidentally slipped, what awaited Zhang Lin would be smashed into pieces. The wind blew on his buttocks, and he was about to pee his pants. This scene was too thrilling, and everyone was dumbstruck. Wu Yiwei was scared out of her wits. She quickly ran over and reached out to grab Fang Yan's arm, shouting, let go, you'll die if you do this. Security, come quickly. Zhang Lin had slapped her in the face, but she had also earned a lot of commission from the drinks. If Zhang Lin died in front of her, she would also have to bear the responsibility. Pa! Fang Yan reached out and threw Zhang Lin back to the ground. He didn't plan to kill Zhang Lin, he wasn't that stupid. Zhang Lin clutched his throat and coughed violently. His face was purple, and he couldn't say a word. Wu Yiwei helped him up from the ground and asked anxiously, "Third young master, how are you? Are you okay? Do you need to call a doctor?" Zhang Lin's body was limp, and all his strength was drained by Fang Yan. "I don't have to give up my seat, right?" Fang Yan looked at Zhang Lin and asked. Zhang Lin didn't answer. He also didn't need to answer. He had fulfilled his duty, and the rest could be handed over to others. Don't bully others just because you have some stinky money. When Fang Yan walked in front of Zhang Lin, he kicked his knee. "Do you think I don't have money?" When Fang Yan finished his practice and returned to his seat, Qi Nitian had already gently and carefully helped him cut the steak into small pieces. "Eat it while it's hot," Qi Nitian said with a sweet smile, as if she was not worried that Fang Yan would be defeated in the battle just now. "I just tasted it. It's not fishy or overripe. The taste is just right." Fang Yan forked a piece of beef into his mouth and chewed, saying, "It's really not bad." "Of course. This dish is their signature dish. How could the place I picked be bad?" Qi Nitian said proudly. Fang Yan swallowed the beef and said, "Let's eat quickly." After eating, he ran away. "This little bastard isn't trying to hit on you or me. There's no reason for him to bully us for no reason. There's someone behind him. I don't know why, and I don't want to know. I'll go back after dinner. Pretend that nothing happened today." "What a generous man," Qi Nitian savored the beef in his mouth and said, "I'm afraid you won't get what you want. Can't I not pursue the matter when they bully me?" "But they didn't succeed," Qi Nitian said. "To them, you're bullying them if you don't let them bully you." Fang Yan felt that these young masters were too much of a bully. Everything that happened on the cliff was seen by a group of people not far away. Jiang Junling turned to look at a skinny middle-aged man behind him and asked, "Mr. Bao, are you confused?" Mr. Bao shook his head and said, "I know when to advance and when to retreat. I showed mercy. I'm not confused." "Then go help him," Jiang Junling said. Mr. Bao did not say a word. He lifted his small feet wrapped in black cloth shoes and walked in the direction of Fang Yan. Mr. Bao stood in front of Fang Yan and looked at him with a gentle expression. Fang Yan also noticed Mr. Bao and his expression became serious. Fang Yan pointed at Zhang Lin on the ground and said, "You're together." Mr. Bao shook his head. Who was Zhang Lin to be with them? "So, you're like him, bullying me because you don't like me?" Fang Yan slowly moved to Qi Nitian's side and used his body to block in front of her. It was romantic to eat in the Zhang abyss, but it was dangerous to fight. If he was not careful, he could easily push someone off a cliff and fall to his death. Fang Yan was afraid that Qi Nitian would be implicated if he got into a fight. "Bully?" Mr. Bao was stunned. He laughed, and the thin layer of skin on his face piled up together, making him look like a crumpled soup bun. In a martial arts competition, the winner is the hero and the loser is the bandit. How is this bullying? Martial arts competition? That's exactly what I'm here for. Fang Yan waved his hand and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not competing. As you can see, my student has already cut the beef for me. I'll be old if I don't eat it now." "Half an hour is enough," Mr. Bao said confidently. He was confident that he could finish the battle in half an hour, or rather, finish off Fang Yan. Fang Yan looked at Mr. Bao thoughtfully and asked, "Must you compete with me?" "That's why," Mr. Bao repeated. Fang Yan frowned and asked, "Why?" "To defeat you," Mr. Bao said proudly. He was short, but he gave off an arrogant aura that looked down on the heavens. "I'm not obliged to fulfill your wish," Fang Yan said. "Why should I let you beat me just because you want to? It's not up to you." Before he finished his sentence, Mr. Bao clawed at Fang Yan with one hand. His figure flickered and the claw turned into thousands of illusions. Body clone technique. Xingyi Fist's eagle claw became shadowless claw due to Mr. Bao's speed. Xingyi Fist was derived from heart and mind fist. Shape and mind followed the heart and could be controlled as one pleased. Ever-changing and controlled by the heart. A single leaf knows the autumn, and a single clue reveals the general trend. With just one claw, Fang Yan already knew that Mr. Bao was a rare opponent. Putting everything else aside, his palm-wolf fist had already reached a level where he could do as he pleased. "You're going too far." Fang Yan was furious. It was just a meal. Was there a need to provoke him again and again? Fang Yan clenched his fist and punched through the illusions towards Mr. Bao's wrist. Bang! Like a fierce tiger, the illusion was destroyed. Shape and mind followed the heart. Just as his wrist was about to be hit by Fang Yan's fist, the eagle claw turned into a tiger fist and charged straight at Fang Yan's fist. Fist against fist, flesh against flesh. The two men's fists collided head-on. Silence. A deathly silence. Boom, the sound of something exploding could be heard and a strong cyclone was sent flying back. Pa pa pa, Mr. Bao took 3 steps back. Every step was as strenuous as smashing a stone. Chi, the round-mouthed cloth shoes and the stones on the ground created a violent friction. When he stopped, the soles of the cloth shoes had already disappeared. His inner force was channeled and the cloth shoes could not withstand the force. The sole of the cloth shoes was burnt to ashes. Fang Yan sat on the spot without moving, but the wooden chair he was sitting on was destroyed. The 4 legs of the chair broke and collapsed. Pa! The bare cover of the chair fell to the ground. Fang Yan could no longer maintain his sitting posture. He stood up straight and glared at Mr. Bao. "I used white hand to repel the tiger and you used evil tiger to dig out the heart," Fang Yan said coldly. White hand was also known as snatching hand. It was a hand-to-hand combat technique. Repelling the tiger was to let the opponent know when to retreat. It was not a killing move that could injure or kill. However, Mr. Bao used evil tiger to dig out the heart. With one hand, he attacked Fang Yan's fist to lure him in while his other hand went for Fang Yan's heart. If not for Fang Yan's Tai Chi's stickiness, Mr. Bao's tiger claw would have pierced through Fang Yan's chest and dug out Fang Yan's heart. Mr. Bao smiled without saying a word. Deep down, he was shocked. Everything he had learned in Xing Yi was to play the chicken like a chicken and the tiger like a tiger. Bend down like a chicken and stand up like a tiger. Dispel the chi and dig out the heart. This series of killer moves had always been successful. Countless experts and generals had fallen under his hands. He did not expect Fang Yan to resolve it so easily and force him to take 3 steps back. The fist was afraid of the young man. The young man's inner force was as powerful as the Yangtze River. Mr. Bao had cultivated qi all his life, but he could not shake the young man. "You want to kill me?" Fang Yan asked. "Of course, I want to kill you," Mr. Bao said. Fang Yan's face darkened. If it was just a sparring match, he could use all his strength without using his killing intent. But if it was to kill someone, then Fang Yan would not sit still. He was afraid of death, so he hated those who wanted to take his life. Since when did Dragon Master Bao Shi become someone else's watchdog? Fang Yan stared at Mr. Bao and asked. Bao Shi raised his eyebrows and asked, "You know me?" "There are 2 masters in Xing Yi, Southern Dragon and Northern Phoenix. To be able to practice form and will martial arts to this level, I'm afraid only Dragon Master Bao Shi can do it," Fang Yan said sarcastically. "It must be very embarrassing for a grandmaster to be seen through and become someone's dog, right?" Bao Shi chuckled and said, "I've found another reason to kill you." When Fang Yan and Mr. Bao were sparring, a man in black came behind Qinitian and reached out to grab her shoulder. Qinitian, who was cutting the steak with a knife, suddenly turned around and stabbed the knife into the back of the man's furry hand. Crack! The sharp blade went through the man's hand. The man staggered back and screamed in pain. Blood flowed out and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Everyone stared at this scene with their eyes wide open, looking at the girl who was smiling sweetly as she lifted the hem of her red dress and bowed slightly to the surrounding audience. Qinitian sat down again and shouted, "Waiter, another 12 knives and forks." Chapter 225. No one dared to give Qinitian 12 sets of knives and forks. When there was only one set of knives and forks, she used that knife to pierce the palm of a burly man. If he gave her 12 sets of knives and forks. Do you think other people are stupid? Who would be willing to let you play a piercing game with their palm? The knife was still inserted into the back of his hand, and the blade came out of his palm. The blood flowed rapidly, and soon, the black-clothed man's white shirt was dyed red. He covered his palm and howled. His body was trembling in pain, and his eyes were filled with hatred and fear when he looked at Qinitian. He swore on his character and his first love that this girl was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. However, why was she so fierce and cruel when she attacked? Wu Yiwei was also stunned. What was going on tonight? What kind of monsters were they? When Qinitian came, she was responsible for receiving him. When she saw Qinitian, she was stunned. At that time, she secretly compared the two of them in all aspects. Whether it was appearance, temperament, or aura, the other party was several streets ahead of her. Fortunately, her chest was full, and it made her regain a little confidence as a woman. 3 taels of meat on the chest was worth 100,000 gold. This was very reasonable. In her eyes, this girl, who was so beautiful and charming, had pierced through someone's palm with a knife, and then smiled indifferently and shouted for another 12 knives and forks to be served. Beheading someone while talking and laughing, this was probably the kind of person who could do that. Jiang Junling slightly frowned. He turned to look at Lu Qingming and asked, "Who is that idiot's man?" Lu Qingming didn't know why Jiang Junling was angry, so he quickly explained, "He might be Zhang Lin's man. I saw him get out of Zhang Lin's car. He saw that Zhang Lin was being bullied and insulted by that guy, so he wanted to catch that girl to threaten him." That girl. Seeing Jiang Junling's gentle eyes looking at the girl, Lu Qingming chuckled and said, "Quite a character." "Just character?" Jiang Junling had a meaningful smile on his face. "If that's the case, can she live up to Qinitian's words?" "Qinitian?" Lu Qingming's expression froze. Qinitian of the Qin family? Perhaps his severely injured and disfigured brother, Lu Shu, knew more, but this didn't prevent Lu Qingming from knowing some secrets of that level from his own network and circle of friends. The son should be like Jiang Junling, and the adopted daughter must be like Qinitian. The comment of the Tao addict, song transplanting seedlings, who was known as the #1 physiognomist since ancient and modern times, had pushed the two of them to the front of the stage, attracting countless eyes and attacks of jealousy. However, this also proved that the two of them were indeed first-rate young talents. Jiang Junling is the Jiang Junling in front of me, and Qinitian is the beautiful woman with a calm posture and a smile on her face at the edge of the cliff? Wasn't she still a child? Could it be that the rumors were wrong? Qinitian of the Qin family, Jiang Junling said. What? Do you regret it? If possible, who would want to provoke the Qin family for no reason? Lu Qingming thought in his heart. However, he couldn't say such words, at least not in front of the man in front of him. He looked at Jiang Junling firmly and said, "Young master, do you want me to have a try?" He was willing to use his actions to prove that he was firmly on the side of Jiang Junling. This was something that was destined a long time ago. Changing one's ways was like betrayal. For these big families, betrayal was a very shameful thing. They would crush it into mud by hook or by crook. No need. Jiang Junling said in a flat voice. She is my friend. Lu Qingming didn't understand. Since they were friends, why did he send his ace bodyguard, Dragon Master Bao Shi, to challenge them? Dragon Master Bao Shi, the king of Xingyi, was a master of internal martial arts. He was known as the most loyal person after Yuwumu, the founder of Xingyi martial arts. The style of Xingyi martial arts was to fight hard, almost like lightning and thunder. Bao Shi was a violent person, and countless masters had died in his hands. Moreover, the losers were either dead or injured, and few people could pick up their skills again. A few years ago, he fought with the nation master Li Zonghao in Yanjing and disappeared miraculously. Everyone thought that Bao Shi was defeated by Li Zonghao and had no face to come out again. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingming saw his real body in watching this time. And he lost his identity as a grandmaster of Xingyi martial arts and became a bodyguard of Jiang Junling under the alias Mr. Bao. As if he had seen through Lu Qingming's thoughts, Jiang Junling looked at Fang Yan sharply and said, "He is not." He was not a friend, so he fought with him. Was this the logic of Jiang Junling's behavior? Jiang Junling was arrogant, and Bao Shi was even more arrogant. Because of Fang Yan's question that a grandmaster became a dog for others, this became one of the reasons why Bao Shi wanted to kill Fang Yan. Bao Shi looked at Fang Yan coldly and said, "You are so young, but your cultivation is extraordinary. Today, let me have a good taste of your supernatural power. A young hero is bound to be praised by others. What I like to do most is to kill miracles." He clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked. His figure turned into a blur, and the entire spine of his body began to make crackling noises. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was tightly closed. The two sides of his cheeks were originally dry, but at this moment, they suddenly bulged, like a frog holding its breath. The wrinkles on his forehead were faintly discernible. 2 horizontal lines and 1 vertical line formed a clear, dry character. However, with Fang Yan's eyesight and knowledge, he knew that this character was not the dry character, but the king character. The king character on the tiger's forehead. Fang Yan was shocked. Someone had mastered the supreme realm of Xingyi Quan, the battle of dragons and tigers. His body was like a dragon, and his face was like a tiger. If the last horizontal line was added, then Bao Shi would have the power of a tiger and a dragon. He could rise like the wind, fall like an arrow, split mountains and cut stones, and cut off the heads of thousands of soldiers and horses. A master. This was a real master. Fang Yan felt the danger. It was as if every inch of his skin, every piece of flesh, and every hair on his body was coveted, and he could face a fatal blow at any time. Fang Yan touched the ground with the tip of his left foot, and gently lifted his right foot to draw a circle in the air. Whoosh! Bao Shi's figure disappeared on the spot, and like a miracle, he appeared in front of Fang Yan at the same time. A dragon soared in the 9 heavens, and a leap of 100,000 miles. Bao Shi's speed was so fast that it gave people a false impression. His upper body rushed to the front of Fang Yan, but his legs were still standing in the original position. His body was split in half by time and space. Roar! He opened his mouth and roared like a tiger. Boom! He punched at Fang Yan's head. It was a straightforward attack. There was no feint, and no disguise. The punch was fierce and powerful. He fought with his life, and cheered with his chi. He was going to use the tough style of Xingyi boxing to attack Fang Yan and take his life. Before the punch arrived, it was already powerful enough to hurt. Fang Yan's face was burning with pain, as if someone was slapping him hard in the face. Just the wind of the punch could hurt people. If the punch hit, there was no doubt that Fang Yan's head would be smashed like a watermelon being hit by a hammer. Fang Yan stood on one foot. When Bao Shi's heavy punch came, his toes were shaking, as if he could not stand steadily. Like a willow catkin in the wind, like snow in the wind, like a circle. He handed his body over to Bao Shi. Swoosh! The heavy punch passed through the side of Fang Yan's face, but Bao Shi's body fiercely hit Fang Yan's body. Top martial artists could hurt people with flying flowers and leaves, let alone his body that had been tempered 100 times. Fang Yan's feet swayed again, and his body rotated with it. The foot that was raised in the air kept drawing circles. The body was the boat, and the feet were like oars that kept correcting the direction of the boat in the sea. No matter how strong he was, the breeze caressed the hill. No matter how strong he was, the bright moon shone on the river. This was the general principle of Tai Chi, the supreme essence of using soft to defeat hard. Soft Tai Chi, the power of 4 tails of gold. Whoosh! Bao Shi's short body passed through Fang Yan's side, and the two brushed past each other. Roar! He opened his mouth and roared again. Before he could turn around, he had already used his elbow to hit Fang Yan's heart, head, face, and other vital parts. Deflate his chi and borrow his strength. Fang Yan did not dodge this time. His palm was like a knife, cutting toward Bao Shi's back as fast as a gust of wind. You've been tricked, Bao Shi shouted coldly, and the killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed. His arms suddenly stretched out and blasted toward Fang Yan's chest at a speed many times faster than before. This was the real speed of a divine dragon, and this was the real power of the Tiger King. The roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon. It possessed unfathomable speed and unparalleled strength. It could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, and it was extremely lethal. Fang Yan's feet landed on the ground, and his body took a step forward. Smack! He slapped Bao Shi's face and pressed down on Bao Shi's head, who was rushing toward him. Bao Shi's violent body stopped instantly, and Bao Shi's fist couldn't reach him no matter how hard he tried. Because he was short, his arms were naturally not as slender as Fang Yan's arms. Fang Yan could press down on his face, but he couldn't dig out Fang Yan's heart. It was like a giant pressing down on a dwarf's head, and the dwarf's punches and kicks couldn't touch the giant's skin. Bao Shi punched, and Fang Yan punched him in the arm. Bao Shi kicked, and Fang Yan kicked him in the joint. As soon as he made a move, Fang Yan blocked all his ways out. Thus, a hilarious scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The Xingyi master Bao Shi's face was squeezed into a bun by Fang Yan for a while, and then his face was squeezed into a dumpling by Fang Yan. Then, he was twisted into Garfield, Mickey Mouse, and Little Frog by Fang Yan. Fang Yan's fingers kept flicking as he looked at Bao Shi, and asked, "Do your parents know that you're so cute?" Chapter 226. When the emperor was angry, corpses would be everywhere. When a grandmaster was angry, he would howl like a wolf and cry like a ghost. Bao Shi was really annoyed by Fang Yan's words. You can say that I have the demeanor of an expert, you can say that I have an extraordinary temperament, you can say that I am heroic, elegant, romantic, and beautiful like a fairy, you can say that I have a more masculine personality, and I can barely accept it. But what do you mean by saying that I am cute? I am a grandmaster, the king of Xingyi. Isn't it insulting to say that I am cute? Roar! With a roar, Bao Shi's head slammed toward Fang Yan. He clenched his fists and punched at Fang Yan's arm that was pressing his head at the same time. Whoosh! Fang Yan stopped and attacked again. His arm was still pressed on Bao Shi's head, so that Bao Shi could not hit him. However, Bao Shi's fists instantly missed. Again. Again missed. Again. Again missed. No matter how Bao Shi attacked, Fang Yan was able to dodge in advance, and his big hand pressed on Bao Shi's face like a shadow. It was as if Bao Shi had been sucked in. If I don't let go of the Tai Chi sticking formula, no one can save me. Bao Shi looked up at Fang Yan, his face purple and his eyes wide open. What kind of hero is that? Do you dare to exchange 3 punches with me fair and square? What kind of hero is he to be evasive? Fang Yan thought about it seriously. Heroes have always been evasive when they fought with me. Slap! Fang Yan slapped Bao Shi in the face. Slap! Fang Yan slapped Bao Shi in the face again. Slap! Fang Yan slapped Bao Shi in the face for the 3rd time. After the 3 slaps, Fang Yan took 2 steps back, looked at Bao Shi, and said, I dare to slap you 3 times. Tai Chi is about conquering strength with softness. What do you mean by asking me to punch you? You wouldn't have agreed if I had asked you to compete with me in tongue twisters when you were beating people up just now, right? What Fang Yan hated the most was this kind of self-righteous idiot. Everything had to be done according to his ideas. If anything went wrong, it would prove that he was a shameless scoundrel. Damn it. Bao Shi was about to go crazy. All the humiliation he had suffered in the first half of his life couldn't compare to the humiliation he had received today. His body began to run like a wild horse. Tiger, he threw a punch at Fang Yan's chest. Fang Yan stood still and punched out at the same time. Pa! Bao Shi's body flew backward, knocking down countless stone tables and wooden chairs. The sound of cracking was endless. Wherever Bao Shi went, it was as if he had experienced a violent typhoon. A smooth path appeared and the tables and chairs were completely cleared by Bao Shi's body. Bao Shi got up and charged at Fang Yan again, throwing another powerful punch. Fang Yan took a step forward and punched again. Their fists collided again. Pa! Bao Shi was punched away by Fang Yan again. His body hit the railing of the restaurant and the whole restaurant began to shake. Exclamations and screams came one after another. The guests of the restaurant who had come to watch the fun couldn't care less about etiquette when their lives were threatened. They covered their heads and ran outside. Bao Shi got up again. His clothes were ragged, like a beggar on a bridge. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but he was seriously injured but not dead. Bao Shi took out a handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped the blood stains on the corner of his mouth. Then he rolled up the blood-stained handkerchief and carefully put it in his pocket. Bao Shi looked at Fang Yan with blood-red eyes and said, "We have fought 116 times, won 110 times, lost 3 times and drew 3 times. You are the first person to make me bleed." Fang Yan looked at him sarcastically and said, "Even if I am the first man to make you bleed. Do you want me to be responsible for you? You have a sharp tongue. Then tell me, do you feel a little uncomfortable after hearing these words?" "Uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable," Bao Shi said very frankly. Fang Yan's words were not malicious, but every word made Bao Shi feel suffocated. The suffocation increased exponentially, and finally the quantitative change produced a qualitative change, making him feel like his body was about to explode. Bao Shi knew that he had lost. Originally, he came up to disturb Bao Shi's mind, but he didn't expect that his mind would be disturbed first. "So, please be sure to take another punch from me." Fang Yan's eyes were slightly cold as he stood there and waited quietly. Bao Shi let out a deep breath and slowly raised his hands. He carefully and reluctantly clenched them into fists as if he was holding a handful of glass shards in his palms. The skin on the back of Bao Shi's hands became fiery red as if they were about to burn. Because the internal energy was too turbulent and leaked out too fast, it caused the skin to change color. Bao Shi had been practicing hard for decades, so his internal energy was indeed majestic and vigorous. "Ha!" Bao Shi roared and rushed toward Fang Yan again. Fang Yan moved. His body was like a divine dragon, and he rushed toward Bao Shi with one hand clenched into a fist. Whoosh! The fists collided, but there was no sound of explosion. Bao Shi's punch with all his strength seemed to have hit cotton, which made him feel suffocated. Right at this moment, an irresistible force surged forth, colliding with his fist before he could use up his old strength and generate a new one. Boom! Bao Shi's body flew out for the 3rd time. Fang Yan pointed his toes and quickly chased after him. Clang! Bao Shi's back hit the decorative rockery in the corner of the restaurant. The rockery trembled, and stones of all sizes fell off. His body hit the rockery and made a chevron-shaped dent, and his body was tightly attached to the dent. From a distance, it looked like a carved, big character. Pa! Fang Yan landed on his feet and reached out to grab Bao Shi's throat. "You win." Bao Shi vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at Fang Yan. Fang Yan exerted a little force with his right hand, making it more difficult for Bao Shi to speak. I'm convinced. Bao Shi said, resigned to his fate. Let's do it. Behind Jiang Junling, a man wearing sunglasses and holding a bamboo stick was about to rush to save Bao Shi. Let him kill him. Jiang Junling felt the movement behind him and said lightly. Everyone was shocked. Lu Qingming tried not to look at Jiang Junling's eyes, and his eyes never moved away from Fang Yan. Fang Yan's anger rose wildly, and his hand that was grabbing Bao Shi's throat trembled slightly. He was very angry. He wanted to kill. He wanted to erase all these despicable and shameless people from the earth. Everyone was waiting for him to forcefully twist Bao Shi's head. The atmosphere was strange, and the entire restaurant was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Fang Yan could hear his rapid heartbeat, and he could see his blood that was about to boil. His heart was about to jump out of his chest, and his blood was about to burst out of his blood vessels. All of a sudden, Fang Yan grinned. He let go of Bao Shi's throat, patted the dust off Bao Shi, and said with a smile, Teacher Bao, are you okay? Plop. Bao Shi's eyes darkened, and he couldn't hold on any longer. His body softly collapsed to the ground. Some people were relieved, and some people sighed with regret. Jiang Junling pulled a chair and sat opposite Qi Tian. He looked at her with gentle eyes and said, 3 years ago, we found this 10-feet abyss together. It was my first time here, and it was your first time here. Qi Tian played with the fork in her hand and didn't speak. It was your birthday that day, and we opened a bottle of red wine. You were underage, so you drank a glass. I drank the remaining half of the bottle. Qi Tian still didn't speak, like a playful child playing with a toy in his hand. The wine tasted good, and we were in a good mood. You said you would bring a special person. I've been waiting. I'm really curious, wondering what kind of person you would bring. 3 years have passed, and your birthday has come again. I've also seen the person you brought. Jiang Junling waved his hand, and Lu Qingming immediately took a goblet from the next table for him. Jiang Junling poured himself a glass of red wine from the bottle, and then raised it to Qi Tian, saying, Happy birthday. Pfft. Qi Tian chuckled. Her smile was bright, but not brilliant, like the red and white nameless flowers all over the 10-feet mountain. She looked up at Jiang Junling and said, That idiot who came to ask me to give up my seat is your man? My man isn't that stupid. The guy who was sent flying by Fang Yan is your man. It's a bit embarrassing to say. My expectations of him were too high. Jiang Junling, do you think this is meaningful? Qi Tian looked at Jiang Junling and asked. Jiang Junling tapped his fingers on the table and said, This is the restaurant we came to together. Yes. Although I didn't say it frankly, I came to watching to celebrate your birthday. This is what everyone wants to see. The people of Yanjing are all watching, many people are watching. I understand. Now you can understand my feelings, right? Jiang Junling had a matter-of-fact expression, and said in a gentle voice, Sitting in the restaurant we found together and celebrating your birthday with another man, this kind of feeling is really uncomfortable. So, you've ruined all my efforts and emotions today. Jiang Junling flicked the glass in his hand with his finger, and said, I'm raising my glass to wish you a happy birthday. Qi Tian said with a smile, and looked at Jiang Junling without saying anything. 3. Jiang Junling said. 2. Jiang Junling said aloud. What are you counting? Qi Tian asked. As she spoke, she had already raised her fork and was going to stab Jiang Junling's eyes. Clang! Jiang Junling raised his arm, and just happened to use the glass in his hand to block Qi Tian's stabbing fork. Jiang Junling looked at Qi Tian, and said, I'm counting the time you stab me, sometimes I really hope I'm wrong, then I won't be so sad. Chapter 227. The fork was pressed against the glass, unable to move an inch. Presumably, the stingy Jiang Junling didn't want to be stabbed, so Qinitian didn't force him. He tapped the glass in Jiang Junling's hand with the sharp teeth of the fork, like a child playing house, and said, "You really know me. Many people say that." "We are bosom friends," Jiang Junling said. "If this counts as bosom friends, then there are so many bosom friends in the world for you. Isn't it tiring to use mathematics and logical reasoning to guess people's minds? What about you?" Jiang Junling looked at Qinitian calmly. Words and deeds. Manners. If a person wants to understand another person, he has to look at the person's appearance, listen to the person's words, and observe the person's behavior. A decent appearance doesn't mean a decent person, but a fair way of doing things must be full of justice. Qinitian's little face was full of smiles, and he said, "You praised Fang Yan in front of me, which made me very happy. Jiang Junling, in fact, you are very good at making girls happy." "Yes, that's it. Praise the person she likes the most and the thing she cares about the most." Jiang Junling acted as if he didn't hear Qinitian's nonsense, and he said, "The so-called mind reading is nothing more than thinking and deducing from these aspects to get the answer you want. The difference is that my method is more advanced than yours. Why try to understand everyone? That's the only way to cater to their interests," Jiang Junling said with a smile. "Or in other words, to kill their weakness. That's why there are Xingyi masters like Bao Shi working for you. The sparring is over, and the dust has settled. Mentioning him at this time is always something that will spoil my appetite," Jiang Junling said. "I supported him, but I couldn't even do such a simple thing well. Incompetence is also a kind of betrayal. This knife was stabbed in the most vital place. You let him kill Fang Yan. You can also be killed," Jiang Junling said. "I focus on the result, and I don't care how the process changes. Whether he kills Fang Yan or Fang Yan kills him, it makes no difference to me. At the very least, the guy who replaced me to sit in front of you and drink red wine with you on your birthday will completely disappear from my sight. When the world is peaceful, I won't be sulking in my heart like I am now and pretend that nothing has happened. Qinitian, you know me. You know how much I hate to hide. The world is too hypocritical. Wouldn't it be better to have more truth?" "Jiang Junling, you are frightening," Qinitian said. "Selfish, indifferent and narrow-minded, treating human life like grass. You don't care for flowers and plants, you have no sunshine in your heart. Being with someone like you is like living in a dark and damp room filled with cockroaches and mold. It gives me goosebumps all over my body and makes me want to run away every second." Qinitian looked at the General Ling with sincerity in her eyes. "We've known each other for so many years. I'd advise you to change this habit of yours. Think about it, if you were to marry someone else, that woman would want to run out and make you a cuckold, wouldn't she? What if that woman is you?" Jiang Junling asked. "I will too," Qinitian said with absolute certainty and straightforwardness. "Of course I will. Most women don't dare. Even if they want to do it, they can't do it. Because if they dare to do it, her parents, siblings, and the people closest to her will be buried with her stupidity." Jiang Junling smiled gently as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "Of course, she will still be alive and well. Living in my love. Everyone thinks that we should be the model of a loving husband and wife." Jiang Junling gently took a sip of the fully fermented red wine in the glass and said, "Don't all the big shots that you know, I know, and we know all do the same? Love? This kind of thing must be quite ridiculous in their eyes, right? Li Shimin killed his brother, son, and daughter and still achieved the hegemony of an eternal emperor. So, for men, it's good to see first, and then look at character. A king without character is always better than 10,000 hoodlums with character, isn't it? From a woman's point of view, she naturally wants a hoodlum with character, not a king without character." Qinitian retorted. Jiang Junling laughed and said, "Qinitian, why do you lie to yourself? You're not saying this from a woman's point of view, you're saying this from your own point of view. You don't have to worry about food and clothing, and you're rich enough to rival a country, so you're still longing for that non-existent love. But for most women in the world, if they want to be free of food and clothing, if they want to be rich enough to rival a country, then there's only one way for them to go: to marry a king. Whether that king is a wise ruler or Zhou of Shang or Sui Yang, why would they care about this? If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. As long as you can wear the crown, who cares about that insignificant weight? Qi Nitian thought about it and really couldn't refute Jiang Junling's words. I'd rather sit in a BMW and cry than sit on the back of a bicycle and laugh. This sentence had become the standard and value of life for most women, and any refutation was weak and powerless. Jiang Junling looked at Qi Nitian and said, "You see, I'm not an exception. I'm just the same as them. My father treats my mother differently." Qi Nitian finally found a breakthrough point. If a man can't give a woman happiness, then why doesn't the woman find a dog? Jiang Junling looked at Qi Nitian and said, "Are we discussing such a boring topic as what kind of man is a good husband?" "Of course not," Qi Nitian said. "I'm just trying to tell you what kind of man Qi Nitian likes." "For example?" Jiang Junling asked. Qi Nitian pointed to Fang Yan not far away and said, "Right there. He's cute and childish. Sometimes he says some idiotic words and does some childish things." Fang Yan was so angry that he wanted to jump. "When did I say idiotic words? When did I do childish things?" He stared fiercely at the old man in sunglasses in front of him and said, "If you don't move that broken bamboo pole in front of me, I won't be polite to you." The old man in sunglasses didn't move and said, "You can try." "Old man, even if you're blind, you can't be deaf, right? I just knocked down an arrogant Xingyi master. I don't mind making you the second." Stepping on the Dragon Tiger Palace, a plum blossom print. Fang's plum blossom pole has reached perfection. You should be the successor of Fang's Tai Chi, right? "Fang boy, I'm old friends with your grandfather, so I don't recommend you to take the risk," the old man in sunglasses said in a hoarse voice. It was as if he had a mouthful of sand in his mouth, and every word he said was like chewing sand. "It's because you just knocked down Bao Shi that your muscles are tired, your qi and blood are unstable, and your internal organs are injured. If you act rashly again, it'll be difficult to win. You know my grandfather?" Fang Yan stared at the old man with his eyes wide open. "You can go back and ask if the Fang old man knows his old friend, the fisherman, the hanged ghost fisherman." Fang Yan was shocked. This old man who wore sunglasses and held a small bamboo pole was the hanged ghost who had been famous for decades. He was holding a small bamboo pole and could not help but throw coins at him as soon as he opened his mouth to sing, "Falling Lotus Flower." Fang Yan felt his blood boil, and he was furious. However, his head was suddenly splashed with ice water, and he instantly calmed down. That Jiang Junling. What kind of person is he? Why are all the people following behind him such monsters? The fisherman's dark face turned even darker, and his glasses were about to fall off. He snorted and said, "Fang boy, do you think you can call me hanged ghost?" I'm sorry. Fang Yan quickly apologized and said, "Grandpa fisherman. Since you're my grandfather's good friend, according to seniority, you're my grandfather. You have eyes, but you don't know your grandfather. You deserve to die. However, no matter how I die, I can't be bullied to death. Grandpa fisherman, am I right?" Fang Yan pointed at Jiang Junling who was sitting on the table and said, "That boy has bullied me time and time again. Let's work together and kill him. What do you think? As long as you're on my side, the others behind him won't be a match for us." "Grandpa fisherman, what's wrong? You look very agitated. Does this mean you're agreeing?" The fisherman's hand that was holding the small bamboo pole was trembling slightly. This was an extremely rare sight for a peerless expert. He resisted the urge to beat Fang Yan to death and said, "Boy, if you don't want me to hang you to death now, then shut your mouth." Fang Yan was furious and scolded loudly, "You old man, you just said that you're my grandfather's old friend of many years. My grandfather is known as Mengchang of the Fang family. He's a hero of his generation and has friends all over the world. How can he have such a heartless and shameless friend like you? I'm not borrowing money from you, and I'm not marrying your granddaughter. I just want you to work together with me to beat up a bastard. You're not even willing to help with such a small matter. In the martial world, righteousness is the most important thing. You're acting like a tiger and bullying a friend's descendant. You must have forgotten how to write the word righteousness, right? I'm a language teacher. If you don't know how to write it, then I'll tell you right now. When two people cross each other, the point in the middle is the heart. Touch it, where's your heart? Where's your heart? The fisherman's hand trembled even more and he said, "Don't speak, please don't speak again." Chapter 228. The Hanged Ghost Fisherman. From his name, one could tell that he was a tranquil, gentle, cold, and patient ghost with the spirit of Jiang Taigong. However, this ghost had been angered by Fang Yan to the point where he wanted to chop this kid down with a rod or hang him on a hook. To think that my old friend was a hero of his generation. People called him Mengchang of the Fang family. How could he have such a descendant? How sad was the Fang family? How unfortunate was his old friend? You won't even let me speak. Fang Yan sneered. Guilty conscience. Hasn't it been like this since ancient times? Do you think that if you shut my mouth, you can shut the mouths of all the heroes in the world? In the future, when my grandfather and his old friends gather, they will casually mention this. That hanged ghost fisherman is old and can't even keep his integrity. He practiced martial arts all his life, but in the end, he became a cart driver for an idiot. What do you think this is? Don't be angry. I didn't say this. I said it in my grandfather's tone. Practicing martial arts is like studying. Who doesn't want their name to be passed down through the ages? Some people will be passed down through the ages with good names, while some will be passed down through the ages with bad names. Which one will you be? Fang Yan tried to persuade the fisherman. Grandpa Fisherman, you are my grandfather's best friend and my elder. A prodigal son is worth 1,000 gold. For you to be able to turn back at such an old age, even a mountain of gold and silver can't be exchanged for that. As long as you promise me that you will fight with me and throw that idiot Jiang Junling into this abyss, I will pretend that I never saw you tonight. If my grandfather asks, I will say that you are a first-class hero. What do you think? Fang Yan did not give up and wanted to save him again. Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. This little old man with such good martial arts was also his grandfather's good friend. If he was sent to the 1,000 Leaves army, that old monster would definitely like him very much, right? The so-called duel between the strong was this kind of expert against an expert. Fang Yan felt that he was not qualified at all and was not worthy of their pretentiousness. You inexperienced child. You little brat. The fisherman clenched the bamboo pole in his hand so hard that it made cracking sounds. A man's promise is worth 10,000 gold. This is what I owe him. Unless I die, don't even think about walking past me. You are hopeless. Fang Yan looked at the fisherman and sighed. While the fisherman was being attacked by Fang Yan's words and was on the verge of collapsing, Qinitian was praising Fang Yan endlessly. But he was kind at heart. Every word he said came from his heart, and he strived to be fair and just in everything he did. Women had to take on two extremely important roles in their lives, wife and mother. When a woman married a man, regardless of whether she had children or not, she would immediately enter into these two roles. Which wife didn't want their husband to be humorous and funny, to say and do things that made her feel better? Which mother doesn't want their child to have a childlike heart, 20% kindness, 30% health, and 45% talent? He was knowledgeable and familiar with the classics. He was skilled, and even the Xingyi master Bao Shi was no match for him. He would bring his students to study in Keihe, and he would accompany his students to learn Alley in the Rain, in the Alley in the Rain. He was gentle and refined, but also sharp and unkind. Jiang Junling's hand holding the glass trembled slightly. Did the kind of man she was talking about really exist in this world? He didn't know if such a man existed, but he knew that it was definitely not the guy behind him. He was despicable, and he held a long sword in his hand. Being despicable was a mockery of life and a carefree attitude. The sword was responsibility and protection, as well as hot-bloodedness and friendship. He could bend his body, but he could also stand tall. He wasn't sunlight, but when you saw him, it was like seeing sunlight. He wasn't dew, but he had the romance of rain and the feelings of dew. He was a human, a living human. He wasn't an animal without emotions and kindness. This is the kind of man I like. This is the reason why you brought him here. Isn't it enough? To be able to receive such high praise from Qin Tian, this man is really lucky. No, I'm the lucky one, Qin Tian said. I met him. He's not married, and I'm not married either. How lucky is this? Of course, I'm still working hard. I believe that he can't escape from the palm of my hand. It's a wonderful feeling to hear a little girl praise another man, Jiang Junling said. This must be the most uncomfortable thing in the world, right? No. Qin Tian shook his head. There's something even more uncomfortable. What? Pa! There was a muffled sound under the table. Then, Jiang Junling's expression changed drastically. His calm and gentle expression finally disappeared. The skin and flesh on his face twisted together, almost turning into a wild chrysanthemum. Look, you're even more uncomfortable now than before, aren't you? Qin Tian said with a chuckle. Jiang Junling's hand gripped the tablecloth tightly and said, I miscalculated. You wouldn't have done this kind of thing before. Of course. Qin Tian said. I used to pay attention to my image. You all say that I'm a goddess, and I also think that I'm a goddess, so I have to maintain my goddess-like appearance. What about now? In this regard, I've always done very well. Qin Tian said with a smile. It's just that gods can also be angry. It wasn't easy for me to trick my male god to accompany me for a meal, a glass of wine, and a chat while watching the sunset. In the end, you sent a bully to provoke me and sent a lackey to kill me. You ruined everything. I really want to slap you 100 or 200 times. No one has ever hit me. You're the first. Jiang Junling said. I've hit 80 idiots, if not 100. So I don't think this is something to be proud of. Seeing that Jiang Junling's expression was not right, Lu Qingming and others quickly rushed over. Are you okay, young master? Lu Qingming asked with concern. Some people wanted to rush toward Qin Tian, but Jiang Junling stopped them. I look forward to seeing you next time, Jiang Junling said. He pushed the chair away and stood up. Surrounded by a group of people, he walked toward the parking lot of the 10 Feet Abyss Hotel. However, his legs were tightly clamped, and his walking posture was a bit weird. Lu Qingming helped to open the car door, while Jiang Junling sat in the back without saying a word. Lu Qingming thought about it and took the initiative to sit in the front passenger seat of the car. Bao Shi had already woken up when he was lifted up. He struggled to walk to the front of Jiang Junling. He covered his mouth and coughed violently, saying, I'm old, and my fists are slow. I broke in front of a young man, and I even made young master lose face. After this matter, I'll go back to my hometown. I really don't have the face to stay by young master's side anymore. Jiang Junling looked at Bao Shi with a smile and said, Mr. Bao, you did very well. It's better than I expected. Thank you, young master. Have a good rest, Jiang Junling said in a gentle voice. It seemed that the person who said, let me kill him, had nothing to do with him. As the car started to move, Jiang Junling looked out of the window and thought about something. There are still 19 days left, right? Jiang Junling asked. Young master, what do you mean 19 days left? Lu Qingming asked. He took over the job of entertaining a big shot from Yanjing like Jiang Junling, and it was Lu Shu who accompanied him in the past. Therefore, he didn't know much about Lu Shu's character, and he didn't have the opportunity to participate in many secret things. For the past few days, he had been watching and learning. However, he didn't know how to answer Jiang Junling's inexplicable question. Jiang Junling seemed to be in a good mood as he explained, known as the Light of the North, the #1 swordsman in Japan, Chiba Bin, has issued a challenge to Fang Yan. There are 19 days left until the day of their duel. Lu Qingming's eyes lit up. So, young master wants Mr. Bao to challenge Fang Yan. Messing up his state of mind, exhausting his body, hurting his internal organs. Mr. Bao has already buried a bomb in his body. When Fang Yan and Chiba Bin fight for their lives, this bomb will suddenly explode. How can I let Mr. Bao kill someone in public? Jiang Junling said. Of course, if Mr. Bao is killed, it's because he's not skilled enough. However, Fang Yan's happy life as a murderer will come to an end. Watching the sunrise and drinking good wine will be punished by heaven. What a pity. Lu Qingming said. Mr. Bao forced him, but he didn't kill him. So, he's smarter than I thought. Jiang Junling said. If he can escape from Chiba Bin's sword 19 days later, then he will be qualified to be my real opponent. Lu Qingming pondered for a moment and finally couldn't help but say, Young master, if he didn't interfere, our Lu family's plan would have succeeded. Shut up. Jiang Junling shouted coldly. Lu Qingming, what does your Lu family's plan have to do with me? What does your success or failure have to do with me? Lu Qingming realized that he had violated a taboo, so he quickly corrected and said, I know. Our Lu family's plan has nothing to do with young master. Young master didn't participate in anything, so he doesn't know anything. Lu Qingming secretly glanced at Jiang Junling's expression from the rearview mirror and found that Jiang Junling was staring at him with a burning gaze. He didn't know what Jiang Junling was thinking. What a difficult guy to get along with. Lu Qingming sighed in his heart. For the first time, he looked forward to Lu Shu's recovery. But since you want to plant a bomb in Fang Yan's body, why don't you let the fisherman plant a second bomb in his body? Lu Qingming asked. When he saw Jiang Junling's murderous eyes, he once again realized that he had stepped on a landmine. He probably didn't have the confidence to win, right? Chapter 229. Once Jiang Junling was far away, the fisherman put away his bamboo pole. He looked at Fang Yan thoughtfully and said, Not bad, kid. You're not as inflexible as your grandfather. You're as inflexible as my grandfather. If you accept my suggestion, there's nothing we can't do if we work together. The fisherman snorted coldly and slowly walked outside. Fang Yan was very helpless against this old man who didn't know how to be flexible. If he agreed to betray them, the two of them would have long thrown Jiang Junling and the group of minions behind him into the abyss. Fang Yan walked in front of Qinitian and said with a smile, The steak is cold. I've lost my appetite too, Qinitian said with some annoyance. The steak could be made again if it was cold, but if the good mood was gone, that would be really infuriating. The scenery is still here. Let's go out for a walk. Fang Yan took the initiative to invite them. Of course. Qinitian nodded. But before that, can I trouble you to do me a small favor? Fang Yan squatted down and picked up Qinitian's high heels from under the table and handed them to her. The girl had secretly untied the laces of the high heels and used them as a hidden weapon to attack Jiang Junling. Although the action was a little unsightly, the effect was obvious. Fang Yan saw Jiang Junling's strange walking posture when he left. He must have had a hard time holding it in. Help me put it on, Qinitian said coquettishly as she extended her smooth, jade-like feet in front of Fang Yan. Fang Yan shifted his gaze and said with a straight face, Put it on yourself. Qinitian smiled. She knew that Fang Yan wouldn't ignore her identity as a teacher. She wanted to close the distance, but he kicked her away. It was a little annoying. Qinitian took the shoes and put them on. Looking at the messy restaurant in front of him, Qin Tian beckoned Wu Wei over and said, "Calculate how we should compensate you for your losses." Wu Wei thanked her gratefully and said, "Miss Qin, you don't have to worry about this matter." When Mr. Zhang left, he told us to put all our losses on his account. "I've brought you a lot of trouble today, please forgive me." Although those guys were wretched, they still did their job well on the surface. Qin Tian generously waved his hand and said, "This matter has nothing to do with you." As the sun set in the west, the myriad rays of light in the sky had already converged, leaving behind only a patch of red that had not been wiped clean. Fang Yan and Qin Tian walked side by side on the mountain path, stepping on the green grass and red flowers, facing the thin mist and cool breeze. It was quite comfortable. Qin Tian didn't speak, and Fang Yan didn't want to either. Both of them had their own thoughts, and only the sound of their feet stepping on the grass could be heard. Some insects were disturbed by them, chirping and running away. "What are you thinking about?" Qin Tian broke the silence and asked. "I'm thinking about how many people are paying attention to the Battle of One Sword Peak in 19 days, Fang Yan said. "It seems that this matter has been spread out maliciously. If you accept, then you may be killed by the Qianya army. If you refuse, the Fang family's reputation will be damaged, and the Fang family will be humiliated." "It's quite difficult," Qin Tian said. "You see, even you know about this matter, so it's inevitable that those people with ulterior motives are adding fuel to the fire." Fang Yan smiled bitterly. "What I'm worried about is that if everyone is like your old friend, General Ling, and brings 3 to 5 experts to challenge me, I'm afraid that I'll be beaten to death by them before the final battle even arrives." Qin Tian smiled and said, "At that time, I was really worried that you would hurt someone." "You were worried that I would kill someone, weren't you?" Fang Yan shook his head gently. "I'm not as stupid as he thinks. Jiang Junling is very conceited and sinister. He appeared in the 10 feet abyss unintentionally, but he instantly thought of a way to put you in a dilemma. Whether it's Young Thug's provocation or Bao Shi's challenge, they're all foreshadowing the Battle of One Sword Peak in 19 days. He's a very generous person, and Young Thug's provocation shouldn't be his doing. Lu Qingming is a member of the Lu family, and the young man who just replaced Lu Shu doesn't know you well enough, so it's reasonable for him to test you with a playboy. However, he pushed Dragon Master Bao Shi out to challenge you. That's his intention. The Southern Dragon and the Northern Phoenix. The Dragon and the Phoenix are the kings of the Xingyi sect, and they're worshipped by all the Xingyi disciples. How could they be defeated so easily? As a Grandmaster, he challenged a nameless kid like me, but he still held back his strength in the Battle of Honor. Why? Fang Yan sneered. He didn't want to kill anyone, and he didn't want to be Jiang Junling's scapegoat. That's why I'm handing the initiative to you. Qin Tian smiled. They're both smart people. Isn't Jiang Junling disappointed? He should be a little disappointed, Qin Tian said. He doesn't make a move easily, but he's never lost. He wants Young Thug to ruin my state of mind, and Dragon Master Bao Shi to exhaust my energy and strength. It would be best if Dragon Master Bao Shi killed me. Then, everything will be over. If I kill Bao Shi it won't be over. In front of so many people, I'm afraid no one would dare to protect a murderer, right? Fang Yan looked at Qin Tian and said, "At that time, your Mr. Fang will become a murderer that everyone hates and fears. In my opinion, someone who can easily throw a punch is just a martial artist. However, a real martial artist is someone who knows when to pull back his fist." Qin Tian looked at Fang Yan with bright eyes and said, "I could hear their regret, but I was relieved at that moment. Fang Yan, you're different from others." "But I was still tricked by Jiang Junling." Fang Yan shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Don't make me sound so great. I pulled back my fist because I was forced by the situation. After I defeated Bao Shi, Jiang Junling immediately restrained himself. He didn't let the fisherman fight because he was worried that if the fisherman couldn't defeat me, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave the 10 feet abyss. He would have to suffer some humiliation. What about you? Qin Tian asked with interest. The fisherman blocked your way, but you didn't attack him. This is not like you. Do you think you can't win? Who knows if I can win before fighting? Fang Yan sighed softly. Jiang Junling has a strong army. After defeating Bao Shi, there will be a hanged ghost fisherman. After defeating the hanged ghost fisherman, does he have no other good cards? He can keep changing cards, but I only have one card in my hand. If I lose, I won't have a chance to start again. So, I have to be careful. I'm not a loser, but I'm just a teacher. I can't compare to those rich young masters who have hundreds of millions of dollars in their hands. But he returned in defeat. I'm also holding my breath, Fang Yan said. So, you're saying that you're evenly matched this time? No, he won, Fang Yan said. Tai Chi is all about calmness. It's hard to have the heart of Tai Chi if the heart is not calm. It's hard to enter the state of Tai Chi if your Chi is not in harmony. After being tormented by him like that, how could I maintain my calm state? What's the most important thing to me right now? It's the Battle of Single Sword Peak in 19 days. I know it, and he knows it too. So, he brought me so much trouble with just a wave of his hand. I'm exhausted from dealing with it, and I have to find a way to calm my heart and Chi. Say, why is that bastard so annoying? Qin Tian felt guilty. I'm the one who dragged you down. If he hadn't dragged Fang Yan to the 10-feet abyss for a meal, he wouldn't have met Jiang Junling. If he hadn't met Jiang Junling, so many things wouldn't have happened and destroyed Fang Yan's inner peace. Fang Yan shook his head. How does Jiang Junling treat you? On the surface, he's close, but deep down, he's distant, Qin Tian said. Perhaps he is estranged from everyone. Do you think that Jiang Junling attacked me because of you? Qin Tian looked puzzled. He looked at Fang Yan and asked, is there any other reason? I don't understand. Fang Yan shook his head and sighed. But, I have a feeling that things aren't that simple. Do you still remember the scene when I first met Jiang Junling? At that time, I felt that the way he looked at me was a bit strange. It wasn't friendly, but it wasn't hostile. It was just, like he was familiar with me. You know, I practice Tai Chi, so I'm very sensitive to things around me. I can more or less sense other people's attitudes toward me. It's hard to hide my Tai Chi heart from others, even if they're sincere or perfunctory. I think your Tai Chi practice must be very bad, right? Qin Tian said. Why do you say that? Fang Yan asked. He felt that he had practiced it quite well. He was the only one in the Fang family who could enter the Tai Chi state at this age. Even if all the other Tai Chi practitioners in Huaxia were included, how many of them could enter the Tai Chi state? If it's really as you said, that Tai Chi can sense other people's likes and dislikes toward you. I've made it so obvious. Why can't you feel it at all? Qin Tian asked doubtfully. Fang Yan smiled bitterly. He looked around and saw a few red wild fruits on the trees on the mountainside. He ran over and picked the fruits. He walked to Qin Tian and handed them to her, saying, I learned from Jiang Junling that today is your birthday. It seems that I didn't have time to prepare a gift. Happy birthday. Perfunctory. Qin Tian didn't reach out to take the fruits. You don't want me to throw them away? Fang Yan asked. Qin Tian snatched the fruit from Fang Yan's hand and said, take it home and feed it to the pigs. Chapter 230. Of course, those wild fruits were not taken by Qin Tian to feed to the pigs. Moreover, her family did not raise pigs. This fruit, which was called wild plum by Fang Yan, was washed with spring water, and with a crunch sound, he took a big bite and chewed it in his mouth. A sour and astringent juice immediately flowed into his mouth, and then spread to his internal organs. At that moment, his body would shiver a few times, and his body would shake non-stop, as if someone had poured a basin of ice water on him in the winter. When he gradually got used to this taste, his mouth would also regain its feeling. The sourness was still the same, but there was a faint sweetness, which made people feel refreshed. On a big stone, Fang Yan and Qin Tian were eating this wild fruit. This kind of wild plum should be eaten with steak. Fang Yan said. If I knew this, I would have listened to them and bought a piece of steak here, and picked a few wild plums and washed them. A mouthful of greasy beef, and then a bite of this sour wild fruit. The taste must be very good. It's a pity that I didn't know there was such a treasure land, and such a celestial fruit in the world. Qin Tian swallowed the flesh in his mouth, looked at Fang Yan and said, even if you knew there was such a treasure land, and such celestial fruit in the world, if someone asked you to pack it and give up your seat, you would not pack it and give up your seat. Fang Yan, you are very arrogant. More arrogant than you? More arrogant than me. Fang Yan smiled and said, Qin Tian, I know you are smart, so I can't tell you to study hard and not waste time. I know you are rich, so I can't tell you to work hard for your future and future. To be honest, I am under a lot of pressure as your teacher. Because I found that I really have nothing to teach you. What I have, you have. What I don't have, you also have. A student is so much better than a teacher, this is a disaster for a teacher. Although I am not your teacher in reality, I am your teacher in name. So, you have to respect me, and I will love you. Teachers and students should be like this, and only like this. Do you understand what I mean? Fang Yan shook his head with a smile and said, you are so smart, you will definitely understand. Fang Yan felt that there were some things that he should make clear to Qin Tian. Even if she was not a qualified teacher, Qin Tian was not an ordinary student. However, a teacher was a teacher and a student was a student. From his standpoint, he would choose to keep a distance from these students. It was for this purpose that he agreed to accompany Qin Tian for dinner. Qin Tian stopped chewing. He threw the half-eaten wild plum into the canyon and walked to the stream to wash his hands. She squatted beside the pool and looked at Fang Yan, who was not far away. She asked, Fang Yan, do you think I will listen to you? Fang Yan was stunned. He thought about it and answered honestly, no. Correct answer, Qin Tian said. Fang Yan felt very helpless. All the words he had said just now were all for nothing. Fang Yan, you have your excuses to run away. I have my reasons to persist. Qin Tian easily resolved the dilemma that Fang Yan had put out. She had drawn a clear line between them and each other. In her eyes, this was not a big deal. I know that my birthday is the most important day in a girl's eyes. Dragging you out to eat and chat has brought you a lot of pressure. You are worried that you will be attacked and criticized when the matter is exposed. You are afraid of the rumors of the world. You want to maintain your current state of mind and live a comfortable life. I can understand all of this. I don't want others to celebrate my birthday with me because I don't like the false flattery and the illusory luxury. I am tired when others are tired. Why make things difficult for others and myself? I don't want to celebrate my birthday alone. Although this day is no different from other days, I still hope that it can be a little different. I don't have any friends in Huacheng. You are the first person I thought of. I didn't tell you that today is my birthday because I don't want you to think about the age gap between us. I don't need you to give me a gift. You coming to celebrate my birthday with me is already the best gift. Saying so much is really affecting my goddess image. But I want to tell you that I am happy and I have no regrets. Please enjoy it. The next sentence made Fang Yan jump in anger. He wanted to jump off the big rock he was sitting on and die. Qin Tian glanced at Fang Yan lightly and said, because, objection is invalid. This was Qin Tian. No one could change what she had decided. You could say that she was stubborn, unruly, or even that she didn't know how to love herself and didn't care about others' feelings. But, she was Qin Tian. She had countless strengths, but she also had many weaknesses. Others called her a goddess, but she would smile when she was happy and throw things when she was angry. She was a living little girl who looked forward to some changes and longed for some romance. Love or not, it was all up to fate. Suddenly, Fang Yan's scalp tightened. His body suddenly pounced towards Qin Tian, who was standing by the stream not far away. Like a goshawk hunting a rabbit. Qin Tian was shocked. Just a few words, why was he so angry? Plop! Fang Yan hugged Qin Tian and the two of them fell into the stream. Boom! A black bird flying above Qin Tian's head suddenly exploded where he was standing. There was a rumbling sound and flames were everywhere. What was more terrifying was that the black bird's body exploded. Balls of green liquid splattered everywhere. Anything that came into contact with the green liquid was immediately burned into black charcoal. From this, it could be seen how shocking the destructive power of the poison was. If Fang Yan hadn't pushed Qin Tian away in time, the charming Qin Tian would have been roasted into a small piece of charred bone. Fang Yan and Qin Tian's bodies sank to the bottom of the stream. A few seconds after the explosion sounded, they floated up from the water. After looking around and finding no danger, he pulled Qin Tian up from the bottom of the water. Qin Tian was pushed into the stream by Fang Yan without any defense. Moreover, his back was facing the ground. His mouth and nose were continuously swallowed several mouthfuls of water. After being pulled up, he began to cough violently. The clothes on her body were wet, and it was even more crowded around her exquisite body. There were also a few parts of her body exposed. Fang Yan quickly looked away. He took off his coat, unscrewed the water inside, and draped it over Qin Tian's shoulders. He looked at the blackened grass and stones, and then at the few balls of green liquid floating on the water. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. If the liquid had passed through the water and dripped onto the two of them, wouldn't the consequences be disastrous? They should have a backup plan, Fang Yan said. He grabbed Qin Tian's arm and said, "Let's go back to the Zhang Yuan restaurant." The nearest building was the Zhang Yuan restaurant. There were many people there, and presumably, the killers wouldn't dare to be too unscrupulous. If they wanted to run down the mountain, it would create more space and opportunities for the killers to attack. Qin Tian didn't panic, nor did she resist. Her eyes were just able to open. She just quickly ran to the foot of the hill under Fang Yan's lead. Crack, a crisp sound was heard. Qin Tian frowned slightly and said, "The heel broke." In order to have a romantic birthday and to make Fang Yan feel stunned at first sight, she wore a beautiful dress with high heels. Now that the heel of the high heels was stuck in a crack in the stone, it was naturally difficult for her to run. Fang Yan didn't have time to help her change her shoes and rub her feet. He quickly turned around, carried Qin Tian by the waist, and rushed to the foot of the mountain with his low body. If he were alone, he would have 10,000 ways to solve the problem. However, he had Qin Tian in his arms, so there was only one way to solve the problem: escape. Bang! A big stone on his left was smashed, and a fist-sized stone was blasted away. Sniper! There was a sniper. Fang Yan didn't dare to be careless, nor did he dare to take a straight path. His body swayed left and right, and his route was drunk and sweaty, but he ran as fast as a rabbit. Bang! Another stone was blasted away where Fang Yan had just landed. Fang Yan didn't have a rhythm when he ran, but the sniper had a very good sense of rhythm. He didn't rush, and every shot could bring great pressure to Fang Yan. Fang Yan didn't dare to run anymore, but found a stone forest to hide. Don't compete with the sniper's rhythm, let alone compete with their speed. If your rhythm was controlled by them, only death awaited you. Fang Yan stopped, and the sniper stopped firing. Fang Yan couldn't see the sniper's position and movement, but Fang Yan knew that the sniper must have a panoramic view of their every move through the scope. The sniper was high up, and they were low down. They had sniper rifles, and Fang Yan only had Qin Tian. This was an unfair war. Qin Tian's body leaned against the big stone, and Fang Yan used his body to block in front of her. This had nothing to do with love, but morality. He was a teacher at Rosefinch High School, and Qi Nitian was his student. Even if it was a bad student like Zheng Guodong, Fang Yan was willing to carry him up from the mountainside with ropes on his back, and Qi Nitian was no exception. It was natural for a teacher to protect his students. Unless he died, or someone else couldn't touch his students. No matter what the purpose of those people was, and in what name. Qi Nitian breathed like orchids, and stared at Fang Yan's thin-side face with burning eyes. "What are you looking at?" Fang Yan asked. He was very uncomfortable by the girl's bold eyes. While his whole body was alert, he couldn't help but ask. "You are a hero, and I am a beauty. Even if we die today, others will say that we are a match made in heaven." Qi Nitian said with a smile. "I want to hear others praise me like that." Chapter 231. In the eyes of outsiders, Qi Nitian was a goddess, but in Qi Nitian's eyes, Qi Nitian was a woman. In Fang Yan's eyes, Qi Nitian was a crazy woman. The biological bomb that had turned into a wild bird was brutally bombarded, the mysterious sniper was fatally locked down, there was a tiger behind them, and there was a wolf in front of them. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives here. She didn't look for a way to escape, but looked forward to being praised. After being pushed into a stream and drinking a few mouthfuls of muddy water, her IQ had dropped to this level. "Make a call." "Call the police," Fang Yan said in a deep voice. He tore his jacket off Qi Nitian's shoulders and threw it at a spot where the boulder couldn't cover. Bang! Before the coat could fall to the ground, it was pierced by a bullet. What was even more frightening was that the force of the bullet was too great. His drenched clothes were like a jumping rabbit as he was sent flying a few steps away by the bullet before falling to the ground with a thud. They were still locked down by the sniper rifle. The sniper didn't move casually. He was still in his original position, patiently waiting for his prey to jump out. In other words, the slightest carelessness could lead to a headshot. After confirming that the sniper didn't move, Fang Yan was relieved. Although a sniper rifle was powerful, it was a long-range attack weapon. If he hid behind the big rock and didn't show his head, could his sniper rifle penetrate the big rock that was taller than a person? One side was the victim, and the other side was the attacker. The longer it took, the more advantageous it would be for Fang Yan and the others. Those guys were all vampires hiding in dark corners. Although they were extremely dangerous, they couldn't see the light of day. Qi Nitian didn't call the police. He looked at Fang Yan and said, "My bag is still on the top of the mountain. Where can I call the police with my phone?" Qi Nitian loved to see Fang Yan's tense expression, his eyes sharp, and his side profile alert. It was said that men who worked hard were the sexiest. Qi Nitian felt that men who showed their brave, strong, and responsible side in life and death situations were the most fatal charm to women. Even in such a difficult environment, Qi Nitian did not feel much danger, because Fang Yan gave her an extraordinary sense of security. Which woman doesn't lack a sense of security? Even if she was a goddess. Athena still had Saint Seiya behind her. She believed that Fang Yan would be able to solve these problems. They were like chickens and dogs that could not withstand a single blow. Only now did Fang Yan remember that when he and Qi Nitian were sitting on a big rock at the top of the mountain and eating wild plums, Qi Nitian's handbag was placed on the grass. Later, Qi Nitian walked to the stream to wash his hands, and then he pushed her into the water. After he scooped her up, he immediately ran down the mountain. How could he care about her handbag? Fang Yan reached into his trouser pocket, and his cell phone was gone. Obviously, when he pushed Qi Nitian into the stream, the cell phone had sunk to the bottom of the water. Without a cell phone and communication device, he could only wait for outside rescue. Fang Yan did not look at Qi Nitian's face. Now he had more important things to do. He said, "Where is your bodyguard?" "The little old man who often comes to pick you up in a luxury car." "I can see that he is a master. He didn't follow me out." Qi Nitian said. "As long as he is with you, he will automatically avoid you." He also thinks that you are good at martial arts and that you can protect me. What a beautiful misunderstanding. Fang Yan smiled bitterly. If he had a bodyguard like the little old man, he would take him wherever he went. Tall, thin, elegant, and good at martial arts, such a guy could only open the car door for you. Could he be compared with those guys who drove Ferrari sports cars? No matter which bar or which barbecue stall he went to, he could be an invincible existence. Why was Jiang Junling so arrogant? Wasn't it because he had several such little old men as bodyguards? Otherwise, Fang Yan would have already beaten him to the point that even his mother couldn't recognize him. He is an old man in my family. He watched me grow up. I have worked hard to pursue a man, and I haven't succeeded yet. He couldn't bear to see it anymore, so as long as I am with you, he won't appear by my side. Even he knows about the matter between you and me? Fang Yan had a feeling that he wanted to vomit blood. A student likes his teacher. His parents will soon come to the door, right? You know that I am a person who doesn't like to lie. Qin Yitian said, this is not a shameful thing. Could it be that your parents also know about it? Fang Yan asked cautiously. Even though he had done everything in the right way and thought that nothing had ever happened between him and Qin Yitian, he still couldn't believe it. Moreover, he had always regarded Qin Yitian's pursuit as a child's naughtiness and game. That was all. What do these little kids know about like and love? If there is one person in this world that I can't lie to, that person must be my mother. You mean that your mother knows? Although my mother is smarter than my father, she won't hide anything from my father. It's over. Fang Yan had such a thought in his mind. Qin Yitian's mouth was slightly raised. When she smiled, there was an amazing and beautiful arc. She looked at Fang Yan playfully and said, let me tell you a piece of good news. What good news? Detailed information such as your birth, how many times you peeped on the bed when you were a child, whether you peeped on the neighbor's little beauty when she was bathing, etc. It has probably appeared on my parents' desk several times. Qin Yitian said. My mother has a bad habit of investigating other people's privacy. What kind of good news is this? Fang Yan said while gritting his teeth. He could imagine that if Qin Yitian was born in a huge family. She kept shouting that she liked him. Wouldn't her family investigate him thoroughly? Even if he had a few strands of hair on his body and a bull-sized scar on his calf, they would still be able to see it clearly. Fang Yan was very sad and felt that he was running naked. What was even sadder was that he only knew that he was running naked after running naked for a long time. Shouldn't a student liking a teacher be done in secret? For example, he often received love letters from the paper cranes. The girl didn't even dare to leave his name. How could Qin Yitian keep talking about it all over the world? They know of your existence, but they never say anything to stop it. Qin Yitian looked at Fang Yan's worried look and said, isn't this good news? You mean, your parents don't object to us being together? Although Fang Yan felt that it was strange to ask such a question, he had to say that he was still a little happy in his heart. Think about it. A girl like Qin Yitian, her parents must be quite excellent humans. Being appreciated and accepted by such excellent people, doesn't it also prove that I am the same kind of person as them? Who doesn't want to be the same kind of person as excellent people? Of course. Qin Yitian said. There is another possibility. What possibility? They don't put you in their eyes at all. Qin Yitian said. Fang Yan covered his chest with one hand. He felt that there must be a hole made by a sniper bullet. Otherwise, how could he feel the burning pain? Very quickly, he remembered that if the bullet had really pierced through his chest, he would already be in Qin Yitian's arms saying his last words to her. Don't ever like me again in your next life. I just want to be a quiet, beautiful man. But Qin Yitian's eyes lit up. Then, he closed his eyes and died a natural and unrestrained death. What's the matter with the burning pain? Some people are called bitches because they run when you chase them. When Fang Yan heard that Qin Yitian's parents knew of his existence, he was a little angry in his heart. As a child, if you let your family know that you have puppy love at school, wouldn't it make your parents worry and embarrass the teacher? However, when Chinitian said that in his parents' eyes, he actually didn't exist at all, he felt indignant in his heart. Don't force me, don't force me. I will accept your daughter's pursuit when I go crazy. Whoosh! A knife was stabbed from top to bottom. The woman's body was extremely soft, as if there were no bones in her whole body. She appeared behind the big rock that Fang Yan and the others were leaning against, and then jumped high over the huge rock that was taller than a person. She held a triangular thorn in her hands and stabbed it from top to bottom towards the top of Fang Yan's head. If she stabbed him, Fang Yan would become the world's first human sausage. He would be roasted on the charcoal fire, and then he would tear off his arm and eat it with soy sauce and garlic. Fang Yan couldn't move. He sat there like an old monk in meditation. He couldn't rush up to meet the enemy, and he couldn't roll forward to easily avoid this killer move. Because when the woman above his head stabbed him with the knife, there was a man in black on the left running towards Chinitian. He couldn't let himself get hurt, and he couldn't let Chinitian get hurt. This was the responsibility of a teacher. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, this was the sound made by the friction between the body and the air. The woman above his head was faster, and the triangular thorn in her hand fell even faster. 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot, Fang Yan could even hear the sound of the sharp knife cutting his hair, and the sharp tip of the thin weapon was about to be inserted into his scalp. It was a close call. Whoosh! Fang Yan finally made his move, and he grabbed the back of the woman's hand that was holding the knife handle. The woman's body was supported by one hand, and she was lifted in the air in a very strange inverted position. At the same time, Fang Yan punched with his left hand. The man in black who tried to grab Chinitian from the side had just reached out his hand, and Fang Yan punched him. Crack! The fingers of the man in black were broken, and even his whole arm was sent flying. The teacher's student couldn't be bullied, and the teacher's dignity couldn't be tarnished. Chapter 232. It was a teacher's duty to protect students. If he couldn't, Fang Yan could only resign. I'm a teacher. I want to find a celebrity to endorse me. In Fang Yan's eyes, Chinitian was just a child, his student. No matter what ulterior motives these people had, he couldn't accept and tolerate them attacking a child. Fang Yan was angry, so his punch was naturally heavy. What was the result of an egg colliding with a stone? Smashed into pieces. Fang Yan's punch was not smashed into pieces, but his bones were definitely broken. The man in black didn't expect that he would encounter such a big disaster as soon as he stretched out his hand. When Fang Yan punched out, he still had the intention to compete with Fang Yan in terms of strength. After all, he thought he was also a master. However, when the energy hit him, he began to regret. It was too late to regret. What awaited him was that his whole arm was destroyed, and his bones and flesh were separated from his whole body. The smell of blood filled the air. Blood was dripping. In an instant, Fang Yan punched with both hands. With one hand, he lifted a woman in black who was stabbing at his head with a sharp blade, and with the other fist, he broke the whole arm of a man in black. There was a very short silence. The sharp blade in the woman's hand couldn't stab anymore, and the arm of the man in black fell to the ground, half of his sleeve fluttering in the wind. The whole scene gave people an extremely bloody and extremely strange feeling. Fang Yan still sat in the same place, motionless. A few drops of blood splashed on Chinitian's forehead, and more on his clothes. She didn't like the smell of blood, or rather, she didn't like anything dirty. The blood was very dirty. She looked at the woman in black in Fang Yan's hand, picked up a big stone, and smashed it at her head. Puff! The woman suddenly opened her mouth, and a white hidden weapon flew toward Fang Yan's face. Fang Yan carried Chinitian and dodged to the side. The hidden weapon hit the stone on the ground and exploded. It was a tooth. A tooth bomb. After the tooth bomb exploded, the green liquid flowed out again. Although it was only a little bit, it still burned a hole in a large rock. It was conceivable that if Fang Yan could not dodge in time and was hit by this tooth, his face would be completely ruined. He would never be able to be an idle teacher again, right? Fang Yan was enraged. Who were these assassins? Why did the things he casually threw out have such destructive power? Fang Yan loosened his grip and the woman in black finally regained her freedom. With one hand holding the dagger, he stabbed at Fang Yan's back, which was on top of Qinitian. With the other hand, he took out a small silver copper ball from his pocket. Whoosh! The steel ball left his hand and flew toward Fang Yan's next landing spot with a whistling sound. This woman was too hateful. She chased people from behind with a knife and stabbed them, but she used a firearm to block the way of others. She would not stop until she was dead. Although he did not know what the silver ball was, and Fang Yan did not even have time to look at it, he only knew that something was blocking in front of him based on the sound of the wind. According to the experience of the woman in black's continuous attacks, it must not be a good thing. The way forward was blocked. Fang Yan could only hold Qinitian and fall back. He just wanted to stay away from the green liquid that could explode and spray out strong corrosive green liquid. Qinitian was a national beauty, and he was also incomparably handsome. If such an outstanding young man and woman were destroyed, even the heavens would not forgive them. Fang Yan held Qinitian with one hand and grabbed the triangular dagger in the woman's hand with the other. It looked like a military knife, but it was slender and sharper. Or rather, it was an extended version of a military knife. Bang! The silver copper ball thrown by the woman in black landed on the ground and spun crazily like a top. The mechanism inside sounded, and the dazzling light flashed. It turned out to be a flash bomb. Fang Yan quickly closed his eyes to avoid being hurt by the strong light. Qinitian was smarter. He had already closed his eyes and was obediently held by Fang Yan's arm with one hand. Courting death. The woman's eyes were slightly cold, and she cursed. Grabbing a knife with bare hands, did he think he was an immortal? Since you don't know what's good for you, then I will cut off your hand. Just like how you broke my teammate's arm with one punch, bang. Caught. The woman in black didn't know what happened, and the stabbing blood in her hand was already in Fang Yan's hand. She didn't see how Fang Yan avoided her attack, and she didn't see how she grabbed the knife. She just felt a pain in her wrist, and then the stabbing blood in her hand disappeared. Yes, she called this thing stabbing blood. Stabbing blood didn't make anyone bleed, but became someone else's weapon. The woman in black felt humiliated, and rushed to Fang Yan even more crazily. Fang Yan didn't hesitate. What's yours is mine. Although Tai Chi palm, Tai Chi finger, and Tai Chi sword could hurt people, but now that he had such a sharp weapon in his hand, he didn't mind using it to stab the woman's chest or throat. Crack! Strange things happened. The stabbing blood in Fang Yan's hand suddenly grew 8 claws, like an octopus, and wrapped Fang Yan's wrist. In other words, now the stabbing blood became a part of Fang Yan's palm. Unless there was a key to open it, or he cut off his arm, or it was difficult to separate it from his body. The woman quickly dodged, and then avoided a head-on fight with Fang Yan. She stood on the side and stared at Fang Yan with sarcasm. Fang Yan also stopped his attack. Because he didn't know what was on his hand, he didn't know what would happen to him. This is stabbing blood. I gave it a nickname, Octopus. The woman in black said with a dark face. This was a very ordinary and even ugly woman. Her body was thin, and the places that should be protruding were not protruding, and the places that should be perky were not perky. Triangular eyes, yellow eyebrows, and a dark face. She was quite conspicuous in the crowd. Ugly and conspicuous. It was precisely because of her unique physique that her speed was amazing. Her reaction was quick, and her IQ was not low. If she didn't go crazy at the moment after the stabbing blood was taken away, and more ferociously rushed to Fang Yan wouldn't have thought of grabbing her stabbing blood to let her bleed. Her attacks came one after another, and she didn't give people a chance to breathe. Moreover, he had used some tricks during the attack. Most of the time, bad people were smart people, because doing evil was the most test of intelligence. Killers were even more so. I fell into a trap. Fang Yan regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Why was his hand so cheap? Why did he grab the blade with his bare hands? Others used the blade to show off, to look good, and to strike down the arrogance of the enemy. Why was it that after he stabbed himself with a knife, the knife didn't help him, but instead backstabbed him? Don't try to take it off. Unless you are willing to cut off half of your arm. Also, from now on, whatever I say, you have to do. The woman in black pointed to an electronic wristwatch on her wrist and said, "Octopus is a bomb, and the button is in my hand. You don't have to believe it, but I don't mind blowing you up." Fang Yan almost jumped up. He stared at the woman in black angrily and said, "It's just killing a person, is there a need to be so troublesome? This is the style of our arsenal." The woman sneered again and again. "I know you have good skills. But, now is the era of high technology. Fists are no longer omnipotent. Arsenal?" Fang Yan thought about it again and again, but he still didn't know what kind of organization this was. Could it be that this was a new killer organization? The name Arsenal was indeed in line with their style of doing things. Whether it was the remote control wild bird, the poison Fang bomb in the mouth, the silver ball of light, or the octopus on her wrist, every one of them was extremely exquisite and powerful, making it impossible to guard against. Fang Yan put Qin Tian on the ground. Even if this thing accidentally exploded, he didn't want to hurt his student. Qin Tian looked at the octopus on Fang Yan's wrist and frowned. She stretched out her jade-like wrist and looked at the woman in black and said, "You are looking for me, right? Put that thing in my hand, or lock it or something. Let him go." The woman in black sneered and said, "Miss Qin really lives up to her reputation. Sacrificing yourself to save others is extremely stupid. Since he is involved and knows the secret of our arsenal, do you think he has a chance to live?" Fang Yan felt wronged and said, "I didn't want to hear it. You said it yourself." This woman was too hateful. She didn't keep her mouth shut. She told you about the existence of the arsenal, and now she blamed you for knowing too many secrets. How could you bully an honest person like this? The man in black whose arm was punched off by Fang Yan also came over and took out a bottle of red liquid from his pocket. He raised his head and drank it. The blood flow from the broken part of his shoulder slowed down a lot. Before he took the medicine, the blood spurted out like a fountain. He then took out a small spray bottle from his pocket and sprayed it on the wound a few times. The blood was completely stopped. Fang Yan was a little envious. Fighting and killing were inevitable in Jianghu. The last time Bailey Lu came, he was beaten like a dog and ran away. He was definitely injured. If he could get such medicine to treat his injuries, the danger would be reduced and his fighting strength would be higher. The man stared at Fang Yan viciously and spoke as if he wanted to tear Fang Yan into pieces. He said, "You have been captured." He pulled out a modified Desert Eagle from his waist and pressed the muzzle against Fang Yan's head. "Unfortunately, you are not qualified to be a hostage." Chapter 233. Unfortunately, you're not qualified to be a hostage. Fang Yan felt that he had been insulted. "You can insult me all you want." Fang Yan was often insulted, and it wasn't a big deal to him. But it's not good to kill someone after insulting him, isn't it? Maybe it was because of the deep hatred of Fang Yan for destroying his arm, or maybe the man in black was a cruel and murderous person. He pointed the gun at Fang Yan's head and was about to pull the trigger. "Deagle, you're crazy." The woman in black used her palm to block the muzzle and said, "You can't kill him." Deagle was furious. With red eyes, he roared, "Why can't I kill him? We want someone from the Qin family. This guy is insignificant. His death isn't even within our scope." Fang Yan was very angry. How was he insignificant? As long as he nodded, he would be the son-in-law of the Qin family. Why didn't you treat me well with such an important hostage and blackmail the Qin family for money or other valuable things? How could he just kill him like that? What a waste. He's close to the Qin family. The woman was more sensitive when it came to emotions. Her eyes swept between Fang Yan and Qin Etienne's faces. She said, "It's so late, and they're still together. He's desperately protecting Miss Qin. Maybe he's also a big fish." "He's my boyfriend," Qin Etienne said proudly. Fang Yan glanced at Qin Etienne, but didn't expose her white lie. She was trying to save him, to make his identity more important. This mysterious arsenal organization wouldn't do anything to him. The woman in black glanced at Deagle proudly, as if to say, "See, I'm right. How can you kill such an important person? You can only maximize your benefits if you stay." "Damn it," Deagle roared angrily. His arm was smashed by a punch. He would be humiliated when he returned to the organization. If he could not kill the culprit, then he would never be able to wash away his shame. He grabbed Fang Yan's collar and pulled Fang Yan's body in front of him. He stared at his annoying face and said word by word, "I will definitely kill you." "I don't doubt it at all," Fang Yan said. "If it weren't for the help of these two kind-hearted ladies, I would have died by now." Shang knew that the two kind ladies Fang Yan was talking about were his partners, Dragonfly and Qin Etienne. He couldn't do anything to Dragonfly because she had a higher rank in the organization and was the executive officer of every mission. However, he didn't mind giving Qin Etienne some threats. He looked at her with an evil smile and said, "Little girl, come back with me. I will treat you well. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me." Qin Etienne said arrogantly. This girl was still thinking of revenge for Fang Yan. Deagle had just put his collector's edition Desert Eagle into his waist, but after hearing Qin Etienne's words, he couldn't help but pull it out. "Deagle." The woman in black frowned. "Don't hurt our guests. You know the consequences of failure." Deagle's face was full of shame and unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. Qin Etienne was right. He really didn't have the qualifications to negotiate with Qin Etienne. The ones who could negotiate with her were higher-ranking officers in the organization. He was just the lowest-ranking executive officer. Fang Yan and Qin Etienne were kidnapped. They were escorted to the hillside. A black GMC limousine was already waiting by the roadside. It had to be said that this organization was very capable and efficient. The car was running, and the driver was waiting by the door. A tall middle-aged man looked at Fang Yan with bright eyes and said with a fake smile, "I've seen you before." Fang Yan said thoughtfully, "You're the sniper." "Very few people can escape from my gun," Bat said. "I hope we'll have a chance to fight again. I'm looking forward to blowing your head off with one shot." "Me too." Fang Yan shook his head regretfully. "As you can see, I'm now your captive. I don't know what you want, but if I don't get what you want, I'm sure you'll kill me, right? So, fighting again is just an extravagant hope. A philosopher once said, when you say goodbye, you should be more forceful. One more sentence might be your last sentence, and one more look might be your last look. We'll never meet again." Bat felt that this guy was crazy. "You're not my woman. Why should I be more forceful, say more, or look at you more?" Whoosh! Bat turned around and opened the door of the GMC. She made an inviting gesture and said, "Please." Qin Etienne stepped in first. Fang Yan was in their hands. Even if she was free, there was no way she could resist. Fang Yan followed, and then the woman in black and Deagle came in to escort the car. Bat glanced at Fang Yan again and pulled the door shut from outside. He was the driver. After he got into the driver's seat, the car quickly started and rushed to the foot of Zhang Mountain at an even faster speed. The interior of the GMC had been specially modified. It looked like a prison van used to transport prisoners. The difference was that the car's configuration was dozens or even hundreds of times more comfortable than a prison van. Leather seats, LCD TV, cigar boxes, and a small wine cabinet. Which prison van would have such luxurious treatment? Fang Yan and Qinitian sat on the left, while the woman in black and Deagle sat opposite. The four of them looked at each other without any expression on their faces. Perhaps it was because she had the bomb remote control, but the woman in black was very relaxed. She said to Deagle, "Bandage your arm." Deagle glared at Fang Yan fiercely, threatening him not to act rashly. Then he opened the fridge and took out a medical kit. He took out some disinfectant from the silver medical kit and disinfected it a second time. After spraying the medicine, he wrapped the broken arm tightly with a sticky gauze. He did it like he was used to it, as if his arm was broken dozens of times a day. There was no sign of pain on his face, as if the arm didn't grow out of his body. Even Fang Yan felt sorry for him. These people were probably like machines, right? Qinitian looked at the woman in black calmly. He always maintained his pride as a member of the Qin family. He looked at the woman in black and said, "What do you want? We're only responsible for bringing you back. As for what you want, it's not up to me to talk to you." The woman in black's answer was very disappointing. They couldn't get any useful information. Qinitian didn't force it. He just sat there, his mind terrifyingly tough. If other high school students encountered such a scene, with the birdie bomb and the sniper, they would have wet their pants long ago and couldn't even stand up. However, this little girl was completely fine. She looked even calmer than her teacher, Fang Yan. Fang Yan looked into Qinitian's eyes and asked with concern, "Are you cold?" Qinitian nodded and said, "Cold." As he spoke, he leaned his body into Fang Yan's arms. Fang Yan rested his chin on his hair, and the two of them maintained an ambiguous and warm position. The woman in black opened her mouth slightly, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Their mission was completed. They just needed to bring these two people back to the organization. Octopus locked Fang Yan's hands. He and Deagle were on guard. She didn't believe that this man could bring them any danger. Besides, he was probably worried that he would hurt Miss Qin, right? If he did anything out of line, they wouldn't hesitate to aim their guns at Qinitian's head. The mountain road was uneven, so the car was a little bumpy. Qinitian had experienced such a disaster and done such intense exercise. He was drowsy from the shaking of the car. His eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and he could barely keep them open. Fang Yan also appeared somewhat tired. He closed his eyes and rested. Sleepiness was contagious. Deagle gave the woman in black a look, and she nodded. Deagle was seriously injured and had lost a lot of blood. He also needed to close his eyes and rest for a while. The woman in black, on the other hand, was full of energy. She stared at Fang Yan's shoulder with vigilance. A person's eyes could lie, but the body couldn't. No matter how small a movement he made, it would involve some key parts of his body. He had killed countless people, so these little secrets couldn't be hidden from her. Fang Yan's counterattack was so sudden that no one had expected it. He hit his chest, and Qinitian fell toward the back of the car. The blood-piercing device had fallen from Fang Yan's hand and was now in Fang Yan's hand. He stabbed the knife toward Deagle's chest. Deagle was anxious, and he threw himself in the direction of Qinitian. As long as he blocked Qinitian in front of him, he didn't believe that the kid wouldn't be afraid to hurt him. The car was wide, but it was only the size of a small car. Even with a few people fighting inside, it still seemed very narrow. With just one leap, Deagle was about to hold Qinitian in his arms. There was a ferocious smile on his face, and his hand had already touched Qinitian's clothes. Crack, the sound of a knife cutting tofu came. He felt a pain in his chest, and a soft numbness spread all over his body. He looked down and saw that his black shirt had been dyed brown by the blood. On his chest, the sharp blade was dripping with delicate blood. His body had been pierced through. Too fast, Deagle thought. His idea was good, and his method was right. However, in front of Fang Yan's absolute speed, it was childish and laughable. He regretted it. He regretted it so much. If he had shot Fang Yan's head, pierced Fang Yan's heart, and smashed Fang Yan's body into a pulp, he would have done it to the other unimportant people. How could Fang Yan do such a thing? He regretted it so much, and then he really died. He regretted it so much. Chapter 234. The ancients used the phrase, cock crowing and dog stealing, to describe some people who had no talent and only knew unorthodox ways to take advantage of others. Pretending to be a dog to help him get away, imitating a cock to crow to trick people to open the city gate, these skills were very suitable in ancient times, and they were also very popular in modern times. Fang Yan used the method of dog stealing, shrinking his body bones until his whole arm was free from the 8 octopus claws on Ci Shui. In the past, someone could pretend to be a dog and get out of a narrow cat hole, and Fang Yan's bone-shrinking ability was far better than that of the predecessors. The most difficult part of the octopus clasp was the palm. It was wide, fat, and tightly locked by 8 octopus claws. Fang Yan simply used his left hand to break the 5 fingers of his right hand one by one, and pinched the 5 fingers into a ball, just like the flour used to fry fried dough sticks. This was a cruel and long process. It was cruel because you had to break your finger bones and recombine them, so that they could make more space for you to unlock. Only in this way, and only in this way could you take these damn claws off your arm. It was long because you needed to be careful not to be found by the 2 people sitting opposite you. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. No matter how unbearable the pain was, you couldn't frown, and your face couldn't show any trace of pain. When you broke the bones, you couldn't show any flaws. After the Ci Shui was taken out, you still couldn't show any flaws. More importantly, when you did all this, you needed some cover. Qi Nitian's body was the best cover. When Fang Yan asked her if she was cold, although she didn't know what Fang Yan was going to do, she knew in her heart that Fang Yan must want to do something. Otherwise, based on her understanding of Fang Yan, he wouldn't take the initiative to care about whether she was cold or not. Qi Nitian said, cold, and then took the initiative to lean his body in Fang Yan's arms. Fang Yan needed her help, and she took the initiative to create opportunities for Fang Yan. Faced with such a smart and understanding little girl, Fang Yan's heart almost melted. Therefore, the 2 of them cooperated well and pierced Deagle's heart when he was caught off guard. Fang Yan's attack had killed Shaying. Life and death could be decided in an instant. At the same time that Fang Yan stabbed Desert Eagle to death, the woman in black had already pounced on Fang Yan from behind. Her reaction was not slow. Fang Yan didn't even look at it. He didn't even have time to pull out the Ci Shui in his hand. He punched behind him. The woman in black turned her fist into a palm to block. Bang! Her weak body was sent flying by Fang Yan's punch, which was full of vigor and power, but she did not have enough strength. The woman in black's body hit the wall of the carriage, and then bounced back and rolled to the ground. Fang Yan pounced on the woman in black. He had to kill her in the shortest time possible. These people came from the mysterious Arsenal organization, and they had all kinds of strange biological weapons in their hands. No matter how good their martial arts were, they were afraid of a kitchen knife. Fang Yan's flesh and blood was really afraid of their bombs. Now they were all in the car. A little carelessness would result in the car being destroyed and people dying. This was not what Fang Yan wanted to see. He was afraid of death. The woman in black lay on the ground motionlessly. She quickly took off the electronic watch on her wrist and held it high in the air. This was her attitude, her threat. Fang Yan's pounce stopped. He squatted in front of the woman in black, his sharp eyes staring at every organ on her black face, capturing every subtle expression on her face. Even the slightest movement of her eyelashes would analyze her motive and purpose. If she showed any suspicious movements, Fang Yan would immediately pull out the Ci Shue and jump down through the glass with her in his arms. That way, Qi Nitian would have a chance to survive. Of course, this was based on the fact that the sniper driving in front didn't react so quickly, or his heart wasn't so vicious. The woman in black didn't speak, and Fang Yan didn't speak either. Both of their bodies were tense. One was ready to snatch the electronic watch at any time. The other was careful. As long as Fang Yan moved, he would press the remote control button. The atmosphere was tense and dangerous. Bat, who was driving in front, heard the noise in the carriage and shouted through the heavy door, "Deagle, what happened?" Deagle was dead, so he couldn't answer. Neither Fang Yan nor Bat could answer. Whoever answered first would be discouraged. However, for Bat, no one answered, which was the clearest answer. His eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. All he could do was concentrate on driving. They were now on the mountain road down the mountain. The road was steep, and a little carelessness could lead to death. "Don't move." The woman in black finally spoke. "If you dare to move a finger, I will immediately press the bomb button." Master Yen stretched out a finger and shook it in front of the woman in black. This was a provocation. A naked provocation. "You deserve to die." The woman in black's eyes were cold, and a lot of anger accumulated in her chest. This guy was too shameless. He was humiliating her. She also began to regret. Why didn't she let Deagle shoot him in the head? If he was dead, this wouldn't have happened, right? However, he was kidnapped by the Ci Shue. How could he escape unscathed? It seemed that she had too much faith in the power of technology. In the face of a real master, even the most advanced weapons and the most solid Skynet would fail. "Don't say such meaningless words," Fang Yan said. "I can't do it without moving a finger. If my nose is itchy, do you not allow others to scratch it? I promise you that I won't attack you again. Aren't you afraid that I will press the button?" The woman in black's eyes were full of murderous intent. Fang Yan pointed to the Ci Shue that was still stuck in Deagle's body and said, "That thing is no longer in my hands." "So what? If I press the button and the bomb explodes, the whole car will be overturned. You and your woman will be corroded by the venom." The woman in black threatened. "Then why haven't you done that yet?" Fang Yan asked. This stupid woman finally broke the bomb's attack range. If she didn't say it, Fang Yan couldn't guess the answer, and he had to be careful with this kind of thing. She must not have thought that her threat would make Fang Yan even more fearless. The woman in black felt that she was stabbed in the chest again. "This bastard son of a bitch, do your parents know that your mouth is so vicious? If you dare to provoke me again, I will press the button and die with you." Fang Yan seemed to be able to see through all her thoughts. He waved his hand and said, "Don't tell me that you have gone through the cruel training of the organization and have long disregarded life and death, or that you are deeply grateful to the organization and are willing to die for the organization. I don't believe such bullshit. If you can live, who would want to die? I guess you don't want to, right? People who risk their lives to kill are also the people who are most afraid of death, because they are afraid that they can't kill others but won't be killed. This is a demon." The woman in black thought in her heart. He understood people's hearts and human nature. Although the bomb button was in his hands, why did it seem like he had the right to speak? The woman in black felt that she was very useless. She was a professional assassin. She took people's money to eliminate disasters and specialized in this kind of business. How could she be more afraid of death than a hostage? "If I fail, I will be worse than death when I return to the organization," the woman in black said. "So, I don't mind dying with you. I know you have such troubles, so I am willing to give you a chance to negotiate," Fang Yan said with a compassionate face, as if he was completely thinking for you. The woman in black took a few glances at his head, but she didn't see any glittering golden circles. "What do you want to talk about?" the woman in black asked. "You can't beat me, right?" Fang Yan said. The woman in black's body was trembling. Don't force me. If you force me, I will really press it. I will really press it. You are not as good as me in a one-on-one fight. Although you have a remote control in your hand. If you press it, you will blow yourself up at the same time you blow us up. So, there is no difference if this remote control is in your hand or in my hand. Fang Yan analyzed clearly. What do you want to say? The woman in black was a little impatient. Fighting and killing were their strengths. A white knife went in and a red knife came out. If there was a disagreement, they would blow you up into minced meat and corrode your bones. This was the style of their arsenal. What are you trying to do by taking such a big detour in the clouds and fog? Haven't you noticed yet? Fang Yan looked at the woman in black like he was looking at an idiot. You have been kidnapped by me. This was no longer stabbing a knife in the chest. This was throwing a bomb in the face of their arsenal. They came to kidnap and kill, but now they heard the hostages say to them, "You have been kidnapped by me." Is this guy crazy? You are the hostage, okay? We are the kidnappers, okay? You don't know your own status, and you still dare to come and negotiate with us? I know you can't accept what I said for a while, and you feel that your pride is hurt. But if you think about it carefully, everything I said is the truth. Fang Yan said, I am not as greedy as you, extorting this and wanting that. Give me that watch, tell me who ordered you, then stop the car on the side of the road, and I will let you go. From now on, we will never meet again. Chapter 235. Dreams were plentiful, but reality was harsh. Seeing the black-faced woman trembling with anger, Fang Yan knew that his negotiation had failed. Yes, since he found out that the woman's face was darker than the clothes she wore, Fang Yan no longer called her the black-faced woman, but the black-faced woman. He wanted to call her a black-hearted woman, but for some reason, when he thought of the word black-hearted, his heart felt inexplicably uncomfortable, so he gave up the idea. Don't be angry. Fang Yan looked at the black-dressed woman slowly. Negotiation, negotiation. How can it be considered a negotiation if we don't talk? Whatever conditions you have, just say it. I'm not a person who's easy to talk to. If you're not easy to talk to, then what conditions do you want me to bring up? The black-dressed woman's face darkened even more. She looked at Fang Yan and said, I only have one condition, and that is to bring the target back. You can go, but Miss Qin must stay. Fang Yan turned around and looked at Qinitian. She was sitting far away in the corner of the car, letting Xia Ying's body block in front of her. Blood flowed out and soaked the hem of her dress, but she didn't care. She was very good at protecting herself. No matter what, she didn't panic and looked for the best opportunity and hiding place. Fang Yan looked at Qinitian thoughtfully. He really didn't know what this girl had experienced. Impossible. Fang Yan simply refused the black-dressed woman's request. If she leaves, I'll leave. If she doesn't leave, I won't leave either. Of course, she can go, but you can keep me. I'll be your hostage. You're useless. The black-dressed woman was also very dissatisfied with Fang Yan's proposal. And it was very insulting. My task is to take Miss Qin away. I thought you were a bonus, but now I find you're trouble. You can leave, but she must stay. Qinitian looked at Fang Yan's back and said, Fang Yan, you go. I'll stay. They don't dare to kill me. If they kill me, they won't get anything. Moreover, she would suffer the cruelest revenge from the Qin family. Regardless of whether it is her or her organization, they would not do such a stupid thing. Fang Yan shook his head and said, No. You should know that this is the best choice. I know it's the best choice. I know, but I can't. Fang Yan said rudely. If I wasn't Fang Yan, but any other teacher in the school, I would follow your advice and choose to leave by myself. Because none of them would be able to solve the problem if they stayed behind. It was very likely that they would become a resentful spirit under their blades and another broken family. I am Fang Yan. When faced with such a situation, I absolutely cannot run away and abandon my students. If my grandfather finds out, he will cut off all ties with me. If my grandfather found out, he would break one of my legs. Your family education is really good. Qi Nitian praised. Fang Yan was also very proud and said, "Our Fang family is also a rich and powerful family." Fang Yan felt that it was better not to talk about this in front of Qi Nitian. It was too embarrassing. He stared at the dark-faced woman and said, "If you are afraid of the organization's revenge, I can give you a clear path. Since you kidnapped a woman from the Qin family, you must have a certain understanding of the Qin family, right? Why don't you abandon the darkness and join the light? Let's send Miss Qin safely back to the Qin family. I believe the Qin family's reward is enough for you to enjoy for the rest of your life, and I can also take advantage of it. What do you think?" After failing to instigate the ghost fisherman, Fang Yan had been unwilling to accept it. He stood on the side of justice, and the conditions he proposed were so generous. Why didn't those guys want to turn over a new leaf? He had read many novels where the male protagonists in other novels would immediately turn over a new leaf when they encountered a villain. They would curse and shout that they wanted to be the male protagonist's lackey, but they couldn't be beaten or scolded away. They would shelter from the sun when it was sunny, hold an umbrella when it was raining, and play the flute when the enemy came. Most importantly, they wouldn't betray and ask for money. Fang Yan felt that he was a failure as a person. So, as long as there was a chance, he would try to improve his personal charm. "I've lost my patience with you." The woman in black took out a silver ball from her waist and threw it at him. When Fang Yan saw it, he kicked the ball back. Then, he turned around and pounced on Qi Nitian. He used his own body to cover Qi Nitian from head to toe. Bang! The ball was thrown on the ground, but it didn't explode. Also did not have the intents let people open their eyes to the light circle. This is a pair of handcuffs. The woman in black's eyes flashed with ridicule. Open it, then lock your arms properly. Otherwise, I will press the button. Just like you said, I'm not afraid of death. But, if the mission fails, death is the best ending. Fang Yan could see that this woman was serious. If he didn't do as she said, she would really press the button and blow herself and the whole car up. Then, their bodies would be corroded by the green liquid into a pool of charred black residue. 3. The woman in black began to count. "I'll handcuff." Fang Yan said hurriedly. He could count for others, but he hated it when others counted for him. This made him feel that he didn't have much time left, as if he could die at any time. Fang Yan picked up the ball and pressed a red button on it. The ball immediately stretched out and turned into a shining silver handcuff. Fang Yan didn't know what material this handcuff was made of, but he knew that if he wore this thing, even the bone-shrinking skill wouldn't be able to save him. Clang! The wheels ran over a big stone, and the whole car bounced. Fang Yan's body fell forward mechanically. Qi Nitian's and Xia Ying's corpses also fell toward the front of the car. The woman in black's body fell backward, her hands grabbing the legs of the seat to prevent her body from moving. Seeing Fang Yan rushing toward her, she was a little hesitant. Because she couldn't be sure if Fang Yan was leaning forward due to the car's unstable inertia, or if he was using this opportunity to attack. This was a serious matter. If she pressed the button, everything in front of her would disappear. It was because of this moment of hesitation that she hurt herself. Or rather, she helped Fang Yan. For her, whether she put down the button or pressed the button, there wouldn't be much difference. But for Fang Yan and Qi Nitian, there was a world of difference. Perhaps for others, she couldn't do anything in less than a second of hesitation. It was just a blink of an eye or a fart. But for Fang Yan, this little bit of time was more than enough. Fang Yan's hand shot out like lightning. The dark-skinned woman wanted to dodge, but Fang Yan still grabbed her wrist. The woman in black was furious and full of hatred. She finally let go of the thought of survival, and resolutely pressed the electronic watch on her wrist. She wanted to die together with Fang Yan, Qi Tian, and her companion Bat. This was the style of their arsenal. Because of Fang Yan's bewitching words, she actually had a fluke mentality. That was why things had been delayed until now. She regretted it so much. Too late. Fang Yan's big hand exerted force and directly crushed the woman's arm bone. Crack. The sound of bones breaking came, and her fingers couldn't press anymore. Fang Yan snatched the electronic watch from her crippled hand. He wanted to smash it into pieces, but he didn't know how to do it. He was afraid that he would detonate the bomb that the dark-skinned woman wouldn't have a chance to detonate. He wanted to open the door, but the door was blocked, and he couldn't open it. Clang! Fang Yan punched the window glass, but the glass didn't break. Fang Yan was really angry. These bastards actually used explosion-proof glass. His punch that could easily penetrate a big stone was actually useless. Clang clang clang. Fang Yan punched the window glass again and again. He didn't believe that he couldn't break this glass. The urgent task now was to throw this damn remote control and the thorn bomb out, and then get rid of the woman. After just 3 punches, the woman in black pounced from behind. Fang Yan turned around abruptly and sent the dark-faced woman flying with a punch. Fang Yan had practiced internal martial arts since he was young, and his strength was majestic. It wasn't something that these people who relied on high-tech weapons to kill people could compare to. The advantage of the woman in black was that she was agile and fast. Coupled with those weapons that were impossible to defend against, they were invincible and developed a proud and arrogant personality. They thought that there was nothing in this world that they couldn't do. Unfortunately, they met the true successor of Fang family Tai Chi, Fang Yan. The woman couldn't even block his punch when her hands were intact. Now that one of her arms was crushed by Fang Yan, she was even more vulnerable. Fang Yan punched out, and the woman's fist collided with his fist. Her whole body slammed into the hard floor of the car. Clang, this was the sound of a body hitting the car. Clang, this was the sound of a body sliding down the car wall. The woman had the determination to die. She didn't care, and instead exploded with even more ferocious combat power. Letting the bright red blood flow down the corner of her mouth and nostrils, the woman once again rushed toward Fang Yan. Bang! Fang Yan punched her chest, but she took the punch head-on. Her body fell to the ground, and she took the opportunity to hug Fang Yan's legs. Fang Yan was ready to lower his head and give her another punch to solve this problem once and for all. Clang 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 clang, the car suddenly shook violently. The front of the car tilted, and it rushed toward the slope next to the mountain road. Fang Yan tried his best to use the jack to prevent his body from falling. The woman's heavily injured body swayed left and right on the car board, hitting the legs of the chair and the car wall. However, she really hated Fang Yan to the core. She used her relatively healthy arm to hug Fang Yan's calf tightly. Ah! She didn't have a better way to hurt Fang Yan. She suddenly opened her mouth and bit Fang Yan's leg. Fang Yan! Qi Tian screamed. Her thin body quickly rushed toward Fang Yan. Whoosh! A bullet pierced through Qi Tian's body and came out from Fang Yan's back. With a bang, it hit the back of the car, creating a deep dent on the solid steel plate. Chapter 236. Bat was a very calm person. He was so calm that he was almost callous. As a sniper, he had to eliminate the distractions of the harsh environment around him, learn to recognize fake movements, and search for the real body of the target amidst complicated concealment objects and strange rolling and running movements. He had to strive to achieve a headshot. If he had played a game called Counter-Strike, he would know that no one disliked the thrill of a headshot. Although the main driver's compartment and the rear compartment were separated by a plank, there was still a hole in the middle for people to communicate or pass cigarettes and alcohol. Bat had long sensed the abnormality in the rear compartment, but he was still focused on driving. They were now driving at high speed on the mountain road, and the slightest carelessness would cause the car to overturn. However, when he called Deagle's name, Deagle did not respond. His dog-like nose smelled the thick smell of blood in the rear compartment, and he knew that the situation was out of control. Otherwise, why would Octopus not even send a signal to reassure him? She did not send a signal, which meant that the development of the situation was very worrying. What a bunch of idiots, Deagle cursed in his heart. How could a guy who was bound by blood, and the bomb's remote control was still in Octopus's hand, give him time and opportunity to fight back? If he sensed anything, he would have shot him dead. He was not a big shot anyway. When he heard Octopus's painful groan, he knew that he could not wait any longer. Deagle was dead, Octopus was seriously injured, and they could escape immediately. Without any hesitation, he turned the steering wheel and drove the car towards the slope next to the mountain road. It was a steep slope, and the car sped up as it went down. Bat abandoned the car and let the car crash into the bottomless cliff. He was like a bat lying on the window and shooting at Fang Yen. He had already secretly made a small hole in the wall. He had fought with Fang Yen before. Whether it was the remote bomb codenamed Bluebird, or his long-range sniper, Fang Yen had dodged all of them. Therefore, he knew very well that this guy was the real threat. As long as he killed him, everything would be fine, and they could still bring Chinitian back to complete the mission. The car was bumpy and unstable, and with Octopus risking his life to attack, Desert Eagle easily found an opportunity to shoot. Chinitian sat in the corner of the carriage. Although the carriage was shaking violently and their lives were in danger, Chinitian still maintained absolute calmness. Her mother had told her that the more dangerous the situation was, the more calm she had to be. Because at that time, your time is the most precious. Don't waste a single second. They couldn't afford to waste it. Chinitian had always done a good job in this regard. When she saw the Desert Eagle outside the car window, she immediately threw herself at Fang Yen. Seeing Chinitian take the bullet for Fang Yen, Bat's pupils constricted. Since they kidnapped Chinitian, they naturally knew Chinitian's true identity. If he didn't conduct a thorough investigation on his target, he might slip up or offend a big shot that he couldn't afford to offend. Even if he provoked him, he still had to get a corresponding reward, right? She was the young lady of the Qin family. Such a delicate woman was willing to take a bullet for a man. That must be the legendary true love, right? Soon after, a cold smile appeared on his face. Do you think you can block my bullets just because you want to? He regretted that he didn't take out his sniper rifle. That was the weapon he was best at. With one shot, he could blast a big hole in their bodies or directly blow their heads off. Unfortunately, he kept the sniper rifle in the box, and it was not as useful in close combat as the custom-made Borg in his hand. When Bat wanted to pull the trigger again, Fang Yen disappeared right under his nose. Chinitian also disappeared at the same time. He knew that there was only one possibility: he was hiding next to the wall of the car that was close to him. In other words, the distance between them was only a thick wall of the car. Bang bang bang, Bat fired continuously at the wall of the car, trying to penetrate it and kill Fang Yen. Unfortunately, the bulletproof car that had been modified by the armory was extremely strong. Ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate it. Even the accelerated bullets of his Borg pistol couldn't penetrate it. The dark-skinned woman saw that Fang Yen was injured. She didn't want to give Fang Yen a chance to breathe. She climbed up from the ground and pounced on Fang Yen again. She wanted to push Fang Yen to the window, to the middle of the car, and to the shooting range of Bat. If Fang Yen died, their mission would be completed. Even if they might have to pay with their lives. Fang Yen pushed Chinitian's body under the seat to prevent her from getting hurt again. Then he turned around and rushed toward the dark-skinned woman, letting her hold on to his arm tightly. You don't know what you have done. Fang Yan roared with a hoarse voice. His eyes were blood red, and they were filled with dense blood vessels. Qi Nitian's injury had completely infuriated him. An intense heat came from his dantian. It was as if his body was going to be incinerated. Although there was no smoke, Fang Yan felt that his body was boiling, as if he was in a big iron furnace that had just been heated. His blood was hot. It was scalding hot. This wasn't the heart of Tai Chi, nor was it the state of Tai Chi. This was the complete opposite of the calm and peaceful state of the Taiji heart, where everything was still. He wanted to vent. He wanted to expel the heat from his body. The dark-skinned woman's heart skipped a beat. She saw a suffocating murderous aura from Fang Yan's eyes. She was an assassin. How could an assassin be afraid of murderous aura? The dark-skinned woman became even crazier. She used all her strength to hit Fang Yan's body. She took out another ball from her pocket. She was going to perish together with everyone in the car. She wanted to destroy and drown everything that had failed. This was also the rule of the armory. If the mission failed, they would work hard to cover up the secret of the armory in this world. Die! Fang Yan roared. Boom! With one punch, red and white matter splattered everywhere. The head of the woman in black had actually disappeared, and she had become a headless corpse. Fang Yan punched out furiously. His aura surged and his strength was as great as Mount Tai pressing down on the Yangtze River. How could the body of a mortal withstand the pressure of Mount Tai and the rushing of a great river? Even if steel could be pierced and rocks could be smashed, a mere head would naturally be hard to find. What was even more frightening was that the flesh and blood that flew out actually carried a burnt smell. Fire Qi, Fire Qi, Fire Qi. The stronger the Qi, the fiercer the fire. Pa! The dark-skinned woman's petite body collapsed to the ground. Just as the ball was about to hit the ground, Fang Yan flicked it with the tip of his foot and it jumped back into Fang Yan's hand. Fang Yan's face and body were drenched in blood, and he looked like a god of death. He turned around and punched Bat's car window with a loud bang. Boom, the glass was on the verge of breaking. Boom, another punch. Cracks began to appear on the glass, and it looked like it was about to explode. In order to sneak an attack on Fang Yan, Bat had purposely opened a gap in the window. Because of this gap, he had the opportunity to shoot and injure Qi Nitian and Fang Yan. However, it was also because of this gap that Fang Yan had the opportunity to smash it. If the glass was tightly fastened to the inside of the window frame, it would be like the glass on the other side, airtight and as hard as alloy. Boom, the third punch. Finally, the glass could not withstand the heavy blows and cracked open. Bat, who had been lying on the roof of the car and waiting for an opportunity to shoot, dodged the flying glass shards and raised his gun to shoot at the window. Before he could pull the trigger, Fang Yan grabbed his arm. With a forceful tug, Bat's body was pulled into the window. Although large pieces of glass fell off, there were still some glass shards stubbornly stuck to the edge of the window frame. With such a violent pull from Fang Yan, a few pieces of Bat's skin and flesh were torn off by the glass shards. A few bloody grooves appeared on his stomach and back. Only then did Bat realize that his strength was not on the same level as Fang Yan's. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Fang Yan's iron grip. Fang Yan pressed Bat's body against the floor of the car and raised his foot. Crack! Bat's arm that was holding the gun was broken. Crack! Fang Yan raised his foot again and broke the arm that was not holding Bat's hand. His clothes were torn into pieces, his bones were crushed, and his skin and flesh were separated from his body. Fang Yan destroyed both of Bat's arms, leaving him no chance to hold the gun or turn the tables. Then he grabbed the gun from Bat's hand that was separated from his body and pulled the trigger desperately at Bat's head. Bang, 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 until all the bullets in the gun magazine were emptied. Fang Yan smashed the gun on Bat's broken body. Bat lay there motionless. His head had been smashed to pieces by Fang Yan, and his body was already dead. Clang, the car hit a boulder on the way down the slope. The car was unstable, and the whole car rolled over. Clang, 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 it rolled faster and faster, and was about to fall into the abyss. Fang Yan rushed over to pick up Qinitian, and the two of them rushed toward the broken window. While their bodies were still in the air, Fang Yan flicked his finger, and a silver ball flew back into the car. Boom, a muffled sound came, and the solid car was blown into pieces. A large amount of green liquid splashed out, corroding the plants, insects, stones, and even the air into ashes. Fang Yan tiptoed, and his body bounced up again when he was about to hit the ground. He rolled a few times in the air and finally adjusted his body's balance. Then he landed steadily with Qinitian in his arms. Qinitian. Fang Yan shouted to Qinitian in his arms. I'll take you to the doctor now, you can't die. Qinitian struggled to open his eyes. His voice was weak, but there was no trace of fear. He said with a smile, I'm not as good as her, I can only help you block the knife. Chapter 237. He was on the mountainside, and the car had crashed. Fang Yan was in a dilemma. The nearest building to them was the Zhang Yuan restaurant at the top of the mountain. As long as he carried Qinitian up there, he would be able to get the car. Then, he would drive Qinitian to the hospital, which would be faster. Alternatively, he could carry Qinitian and run to the foot of the mountain, where there was a gas station and parking lot not far away. There should be a car that he could borrow. Of course, waiting by the roadside was a good way to save energy. Because there would always be some customers driving back from the Zhang Yuan restaurant at the top of the mountain after dinner, Fang Yan only needed to hijack the car halfway. Fang Yan put Qinitian on the grass by the roadside and pressed several acupuncture points on her body. This would slow down the speed of her blood loss. He rummaged through all the pockets on his body, but they were all empty. There was no medicine to stop the bleeding or heal his wounds. He slapped himself in the face and ran to the foot of the mountain with Qinitian in his arms. Qinitian covered Fang Yan's chest and said, You're hurt. You're bleeding a lot. Don't talk, Fang Yan shouted. Talking would pull at the wound and even consume energy. At this time, it was very important for the body to retain some energy. If it took too long without treatment, and Qinitian ran out of energy, she would never wake up again. Fang Yan, tell me, if I didn't rush over to block the bullet for you, could you have dodged it yourself? Qinitian had never been an obedient person. Although Fang Yan yelled at her not to speak, she had no intention of stopping at all. Don't talk. Fang Yan was panting, and his heart was beating fast. Although he was also injured, his legs were still flying. He had to find a car as soon as possible and send Qinitian to the hospital as soon as possible. You haven't answered my question, don't talk. Fang Yan almost roared. You haven't answered my question. Qinitian was far more stubborn than Fang Yan imagined. We can't hide, Fang Yan said in a deep voice. Qinitian was very happy and laughed silently. Fang Yan, you lied to me. Qinitian's voice was very low, but his expression looked very happy. Fang Yan didn't want to reply. If he didn't talk to her, she probably wouldn't be interested in talking to him, right? In the past, I always liked to calculate. No matter what I did, I liked to think it through in my mind first. Was there any danger in this matter? Were there any loopholes in this decision? How much profit was there in this investment? Maybe it's because his IQ is not bad, he has never missed anything. Qinitian said softly. She closed her eyes, as if talking to herself. However, Fang Yan could hear every single word that came out of her mouth. Then, it flowed into his heart. People outside say that I have wisdom, and I also think I'm very smart. Calculating has become the norm of life. I don't do things based on feelings, and the rhythm of life is never off track. I also like this state. Sometimes I feel a little irritated, but at least it's comfortable and comfortable. When there's a bodyguard, you need a bodyguard to protect you. When the bodyguard is not around, you have to learn to take care of yourself. But, when I saw someone shooting at you, I rushed over without thinking. I forgot to calculate and ignored the pros and cons. I just thought that I can't let him kill you. I will make sure that you live. If I live, you have to live. You idiot, I told you not to talk. You're a student, you're my student, I'm your teacher, can you listen to me for once? Fang Yen shouted while gritting his teeth. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and his chest was bleeding profusely. The front half of his clothes was soaked with blood, and the back half was soaked with sweat. However, the unlucky girl in his arms was still talking non-stop. Didn't she know that it was really dangerous? If he could, he really wanted to slap her until she fainted. But he was worried that if he did that, Qinitian would never wake up. She would never wake up. Didn't they say on TV that people who have been shot must talk more? Because that way, they won't faint. That's someone else. You won't faint. Fang Yen said with absolute certainty. He had been transferring energy into Qinitian's body carefully and gently, so that her body's organs would always be in a basic state of operation, and her brain would always be awake. But, you can't waste all this life-saving energy, right? It was fine if he could transfer it now, but if he couldn't transfer it later. Fang Yen couldn't imagine the consequences. Fighting and killing were common occurrences for martial artists. Fang Yen had experienced the test of life and death, and even suffered the torture of injuries. But, he had never been as afraid as he was today. He was afraid that he would die, and he was afraid that the girl in his arms would die. I don't believe that I will faint either. Although I have no strength in my body, my brain is very clear. Qinitian said. I know that you can dodge it. When I threw myself at you, I remembered that with your skills, you must be able to dodge it. Because I threw myself at you, it affected your performance and made you get shot together with me. I said that I can't dodge it. I'm not a god. Fang Yen corrected Qinitian's words. Fang Yen, I said that my brain is very clear now. Qinitian exposed Fang Yen's lie. But I like the lie you told. The reason why you said that you can't dodge it is because you don't want me to blame myself. You're afraid that I will blame myself because you start to care about me. In the evening, the sky was still full of sunlight, but at night, it became dark and cloudy, and it might rain at any time. This was the weather in the south. Beep, 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 strong lights shone, and there was a sharp sound of a car horn behind him. Fang Yen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a car coming. He did not dodge. Instead, he stood in the middle of the mountain road with Qinitian in his arms. The driver originally wanted to crash into them, but he did not slow down and instead increased the horsepower. As the ancients said, when two people meet on a narrow road, the braver one wins. If he did not stop, the person in front would definitely dodge. The distance was getting closer and closer, but the person in the way did not jump away. Screech. The white BMW stopped in front of Fang Yen. The window was opened, and a young man with a buzz cut and earrings pointed at Fang Yen and scolded, "Are you fucking blind or deaf? You don't know how to dodge the horn, and you can't see such a strong headlight. Do you believe that I won't kill you?" There was also a coquettish girl who looked at Fang Yen with vigilance, urging her boyfriend to drive away quickly. Because she found that Fang Yen and Qinitian were covered in blood. It was really scary. Fang Yen carried Qinitian to the passenger seat, opened the door with one hand, and dragged the girl out of the car. Then, he put Qinitian in the car and carefully helped her fasten the seat belt. With a flip, he jumped from the top of the car to the opposite side. When the man with the earring wanted to lock the window, he had already dragged his head out and pressed it against the window, so that he could not move. "You don't mind lending me the car, do you?" As Fang Yen spoke, he had already opened the door. The man with the earrings' head was stuck in the door, and he was dragged out of the car with him. This guy was not afraid of death, and he did not even fasten the seat belt. No problem. No problem. The man with the earring cried and said. Originally, he wanted to say a few harsh words, but before he could open his mouth, the guy had already hit him. They were much more ruthless than him. Moreover, it was dark on the mountain road. If the robber really wanted to do anything to them, he really could not do anything. Thank you. Fang Yan said. Clang, the door closed, and the car sped away. The woman ran to the side of the man with the earring and said hurriedly, Zhou Bing, quickly call the police. Our car was robbed. Call the police. What police? The man with the earring said angrily. Who said that the car was robbed? They borrowed it. Didn't you hear him say thank you to me? He thought, this idiot woman, if she called the police, the fact that his car was robbed would be known by his brothers in the circle. How could he go out and meet people in the future? After getting the car, the speed was obviously much faster. Fang Yan found a mobile phone in the car and said, give me a number. Qin Yitian lay on the seat and said a row of numbers. The clouds were getting lower and the wind was getting stronger. The raindrops finally fell, beating on the car window with a pitter-patter. As soon as the car entered the suburbs, a group of people stopped Fang Yan's car. They rushed over here, led by the old housekeeper that Fang Yan had met a few times and often took the car to pick up Qin Yitian. Someone opened the car door, someone helped hold an umbrella, and more people carried the unconscious Qin Yitian lying on the seat. They even had a stretcher ready. Fang Yan threw away the borrowed BMW and followed. Qin Yitian was sent into a huge white medical car. The doctors and nurses in white coats who were waiting in the car immediately got busy. Fang Yan wanted to get in the car, but was blocked by the old housekeeper. Let me go up, Fang Yan said in a deep voice. The old housekeeper did not say a word, but his attitude was very clear. Fang Yan could not go up. Let me go up, Fang Yan said again. He punched the old housekeeper's expressionless face. Bang! The old housekeeper gently raised his hand and blocked Fang Yan's fist. The old housekeeper sighed softly and said, Why? Mistrusted you, so I gave her to you. Now, do you still want to affect Mrs. Treatment? Fang Yan's whole body was wet. The rain and blood mixed together. His eyes were red. He bowed deeply to the old housekeeper and said, Please. The motorcade went away. Fang Yan, standing in the rain, felt that a piece of his heart had been dug out. Chapter 238. Qin Yitian. Fang Yan shouted from the podium. No one answered. The heads of the students in the class turned to the back row, and then their gazes returned to Fang Yan. What was wrong with Mr. Fang? In the past, he knew which students were absent and which students asked for leave, and he had never made such a mistake. Just because Qin Yitian wasn't around, he was in such a daze. Huang Haoren stood up and said, Mr. Fang, Qin Yitian hasn't come to class for several days. Thinking about it, he felt indignant. Very few people ran away from Mr. Fang's Chinese class, but Qin Yitian was an exception. And he left just like that, without even leaving a note. He added, he didn't ask for leave either. Fang Yan looked a little absent-minded. Yes, Qin Yitian hadn't come to class for several days. He left in a big way and quietly, without even leaving a note. Fang Yan had called her, but the number she used was still unavailable. Later, Fang Yan had asked Fang Yingying to go to the top of Yizhang Mountain to look for Qin Yitian's bag, but Fang Yingying had come back to report that the bag was gone. Even the GMC car that Fang Yan had said had been blown to pieces had disappeared. Yes, there would always be an end to this kind of thing. It was either that mysterious armory organization or someone from the Qin family. Any one of them had the ability to erase all traces of that night, as if nothing had ever happened. Students were required to leave a home phone number or the phone number of their immediate family in the school's file for the convenience of the school and the students' parents. However, Qin Yitian's information only had a home number in Huacheng. The call was answered by a middle-aged woman. She said that she was Qinitian's aunt, but the aunt's knowledge was limited. She didn't even know where Qinitian had gone. Qinitian seemed to have suddenly disappeared. He disappeared from Class 9, from Rosefinch, from Flower City, and from Fang Yan's world. Mr. Fang. Huang Haoren saw Fang Yan standing on the podium in a daze and asked, "Do you want to call Qinitian?" Tang Cheng's head rested on the table as he lazily said, "I've fought before." No one answered. Without Qinitian, Tang Cheng felt that class was too boring. Fang Yan's class was better. It was humorous and witty, and the topics were relatively new. At least it could make him a little more energetic. Besides, even if Fang Yan's class was boring, he had to force himself to be energetic. He couldn't beat Fang Yan. In other teachers' classes, he used to sleep to pass the time. If the teacher was angry and asked him to answer a question, he could answer correctly every time, leaving the teacher speechless and helpless. This kind of behavior could win a lot of applause from other students. They felt that Tang Cheng, who could answer all the questions without listening in class, was too cool. After a few times, the teachers turned a blind eye to his various bad habits. They didn't want to give this kid a chance to gain face. Qinitian wasn't feeling well, so he applied for leave from school in advance. "I forgot about this," Fang Yan explained. Then let Huang Haoren answer this question. When Fang Yan was in class, if the question was too profound and none of the students could answer it, Fang Yan would call out the names of Qinitian, Tang Cheng, or Huang Haoren. Their views on the problem could often bring surprises or inspiration. This wasn't because he was biased towards these students, but because he wanted to use this method to tell other students that any question could be answered. As long as you were good at thinking, you could do as well as them. He wanted to motivate the students' learning enthusiasm and the desire to compete with others. As long as there was competition within the class, the students' learning could continue to improve. Today, Fang Yan habitually called out the name of Qinitian, but the owner of that name couldn't use the most elegant posture and the most correct answer to win the students' warm applause like before. Huang Haoren didn't think too much and began to answer the questions raised by Fang Yan seriously. The bell rang, and Fang Yan walked down the podium with his textbook. Tang Cheng, who looked like he couldn't even sit up straight, suddenly jumped up and ran to the front of the podium to block Fang Yan's way. He said, "Mr. Fang, you know where Qinitian went, right?" Fang Yan looked at Tang Cheng's handsome facial features, and his heart was filled with infinite emotions. He didn't approve of love in high school, because this was the time to desperately absorb knowledge. This was also one of the most critical periods in one's life. Students didn't know how to reasonably arrange their time and control their feelings. They would regard love as the only thing. They would think of that person and miss that person when they were walking or eating in class. In this case, where would they have time to learn and complete the most important accumulation of knowledge in life? However, he knew that he couldn't stop this phenomenon with his own strength. If possible, he hoped that the person Qinitian liked was Tang Cheng. Their feelings were quiet, hidden, bitter, sweet, and most importantly, Tang Cheng also liked her wholeheartedly, just like other girls who fell in love early in high school. The biggest punishment was just the teacher's reprimand and the parents' scolding. In any case, there was no need to use his body to block bullets. An unintentional sacrifice in exchange for such a desperate return. Was it really worth it? Fang Yan's heart was in a mess. Fang Yan looked at Tang Cheng and said, "Didn't you try? You couldn't get through to her phone, and I couldn't get through to her." But Tang Cheng scratched his hair and looked a little embarrassed. He was still a student. A student asking a teacher about the whereabouts of another female student. After all, it would give people the feeling that it was too bold and direct. "She will leave at any time. I didn't think such a thing would happen. However, if she really wanted to leave, she would definitely tell you. So, if there is someone in Rosefinch who can know her whereabouts, that person must be you." Fang Yan looked at Tang Cheng apologetically and said, "I really don't know." Fang Yan took the textbook and prepared to leave, but Tangcheng once again blocked in front of Fang Yan. Mr. Fang, tell me. Did something happen to Qinitian? Tangcheng asked nervously. Fang Yan looked at Tangcheng and said, why do you ask? You didn't deny. Tangcheng's face was even more embarrassed. Moreover, you haven't laughed for several days. Haven't laughed for several days? Fang Yan was stunned. Mr. Fang, if anything happens to her, you must tell me, Tangcheng said. If she gives you any information, please tell me. Tangcheng bowed to Fang Yan and said, I'll be counting on you. Oh, please. Tangcheng also said, please. He said to the old housekeeper, please take good care of Qinitian, please save Qinitian no matter what. Tangcheng also said please. He hoped to know the whereabouts of Qinitian and whether she was doing well. Fang Yan felt the wound on his chest throbbing again. He couldn't see his face, but it must be frighteningly pale at this time, right? Fang Yan patted Tangcheng's shoulder and turned to walk out of the classroom. Tangcheng looked at Fang Yan's depressed figure and suddenly felt some sympathy for him. Headmaster Zhang Xiaofeng happened to appear at the door of the classroom. He waved at Fang Yan and said, Mr. Fang, let's walk a few steps. Fang Yan nodded and followed Zhang Xiaofeng to the teacher's office. The weather is getting colder and colder, Zhang Xiaofeng said with a smile. Although Huaqing is located in the southernmost part of Huaxia, it's very cold in winter. The coldness drilled into the bones, but here we are in the mood to pretend to be intimate in the room. When I first came here, this old man had suffered for a few years. Headmaster Zhang is not from Huaqing. No. From Jincheng. From Jincheng, Zhang Xiaofeng said. Jincheng's winter is also cold. It's not as cold as Huaqing's. When winter comes, it snows heavily, and the whole world is dyed white. Speaking of which, it's been a few years since I went back to Jincheng for the spring festival. Zhang Xiaofeng didn't beat around the bush. He looked at Fang Yan and said, Qinitian isn't feeling well, so she went back to Yanjing for treatment. Her family called to ask for leave. You already know about this, right? I don't know, Fang Yan said. His heart started to sink. It wasn't Qinitian who contacted him, but her family who contacted the headmaster directly. What happened to Qinitian? How serious was her injury? Had she not woken up yet? Isn't Qinitian quite healthy? I've never heard of any illness in the past. Zhang Xiaofeng seemed to say it casually, but in fact, he wanted to find out some real information from Fang Yan. He only received a call to ask for leave, and he had no clue what exactly happened. He still paid a lot of attention to such a girl. He was also willing to maintain a closer relationship with her and her family. Fang Yan looked at Zhang Xiaofeng with a serious expression and said, Headmaster, I don't know as much as you do. Did Qinitian's family say anything else? Fang Yan's reply made Zhang Xiaofeng feel regretful. He shook his head and said, nothing much, just a call to ask for leave. I'll let you know about this. It's fine as long as you know. Fang Yan nodded and said, I know. Zhang Xiaofeng waved his hand at Fang Yan and said with a smile, go do what you need to do. I'll go for a stroll. It was already lunchtime, and Fang Yan didn't go to the office again. When he returned to the small courtyard, he found that there were guests in the house. Two men in black stood at the door, staring warily at Fang Yan who had just pushed the door open. Fang Yan nodded to them and directly passed by them. Lu Zhaoge, who was wearing a silver professional suit that accentuated his perfect figure, sat on the sofa in the living room. Fang Yingxiong and Fang Haohan, the two little henchmen, accompanied him on his left and right, chatting, serving tea and fruits, and were very busy. Seeing that Fang Yan had come back, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan immediately stood up and said tactfully, you talk, you talk. Then, the two tactfully ran into the room. The living room was left to Fang Yan and Lu Zhaoge. Chapter 239. Her long hair had been specially taken care of and stretched out at the back of her neck, revealing a beautiful phoenix tail. The light yellow shirt was a perfect foil to her snow-white skin, and the tailored bright silver suit jacket made her look both serious as an office lady and fashionable as an urban woman. It had been a long time since they last met, but Lu Xiaoge still had that kind of cold and callous expression on his face. It seemed that he kept a very far distance from everyone. I heard that you took 3 days off. Lu Xiaoge looked at Fang Yan sitting across from her and took the initiative to ask. I'm not feeling well, Fang Yan said. After Qin Tian was taken away, Fang Yan rushed back in the rain. The bullet didn't stay in the body, and it didn't go through the vital parts. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan both knew some treatment and bandaging methods. After being tossed around by them, Fang Yan quickly fell into a deep sleep. Fang Yan woke up in the morning the next day, but he was only 1 hour later than when he woke up at 6 in the morning to practice his stance. The wound wasn't inflamed, his body didn't have a fever, and Fang Yan felt very hungry. It seemed that he was recovering well. Fang Yan took 3 days off and went to class on the 4th day. He sat there doing nothing but dialing Qin Tian's phone number over and over again. He turned off his phone, turned off his phone, turned off his phone, almost driving him crazy. Therefore, he handed this task to the unemployed Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, and went to class as usual. After entering the state of work, Fang Yan's restless heart calmed down. This was the state he wanted. The war was imminent, and he needed to keep his body strong and his heart calm. Unfortunately, after he and Qin Tian were shot at the same time, these two things were far away from him. I only took 3 days off, yet someone reported it to Lu Xiaoge. I have to say, it seems like everyone firmly believes that I and Lu Xiaoge are a couple. You look haggard, Lu Xiaoge said. Really? Fang Yan wanted to look at himself in the mirror, but he gave up on the idea. What did it matter to him to be haggard or not? From the first time I saw you, you cut my flower arrangement in the office, until I left school, even when we were at our most difficult times, you never showed such decadence. Proud, motivated, and fearless. This is the Fang Yan I know. Lu Xiaoge looked at Fang Yan with bright eyes and asked, what are you worried about? Fang Yan smiled bitterly. These women were all shrewd. Do you still want people to live? Let's not talk about me anymore. Fang Yan wanted to change the topic. How are the preparations for your company? Chaoyan Technology is progressing very well. The office and research room have been renovated. Because the research on bioenergy is a secret project, we have put in enough effort in security. The next step is to recruit people. Our partners will send some elites over, but the middle-level and low-level personnel still have to be recruited one by one from the talent market. In 2 days, we can open for business. Do you want to go and take a look? I'm not going, Fang Yan rejected. I believe in your ability. The company's matters are finished, Lu Xiaoge said. Now can you tell me what you are worried about? Lu Xiaoge frowned slightly and said, if you are not happy at school, you can leave or go to Chaoyan Technology. Although those companies are still safe for the time being, the temptation of the magic cube is too great. I believe they won't give up. They also need you there. Seeing that Fang Yan didn't respond, Lu Xiaoge explained, I didn't come here to ask you to go to Chaoyan for help. I know what your choice is. I just want to tell you. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it. Even if you lock yourself in this yard every day to practice, I think it's a very good choice. Fang Yan looked at Lu Xiaoge thoughtfully and said, why do you care about me so much? Because. Lu Xiaoge picked up the tea that Fang Yingying brought on the table, avoided Fang Yan's eyes, and said, Auntie said that in this world, you are the only person who really cares about us. I think so too. Your auntie is a very great woman, Fang Yan said. Under such a harsh environment, she used her entire life to make a bet. In the end, she won the bet. That's because of you. If it weren't for you, the biggest variable, I would have died long ago, and auntie would have lost the bet. Fang Yan shook his head. It was really not easy for this woman to survive such a serious injury. After 2 lessons, he wanted to drink a sip of water, but Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan hid in the room and didn't come out, so he had to stand up and pour himself a cup of water. As soon as he got up, Lu Chaoge had already taken the teacup and tea leaves to help him make a cup of tea. The teacup was Lu Chaoge's, and the tea leaves were also Lu Chaoge's. She was more familiar with this house than Fang Yan. "Thank you," Fang Yan said. He felt a little embarrassed. After all, Lu Chaoge was a guest from afar. "If it's not convenient to say, I won't force you," Lu Chaoge said. "Grandma called me and asked me to go to her house for dinner." Fang Yan had a headache and said, "You are so busy with work, how can Grandma bother you? You can refuse directly." "I accept," Lu Chaoge said. "To be honest, I was very happy to receive a call from Grandma." Grandma was very dissatisfied with Fang Yan. She ignored the big and small bags of gifts in his hands and directly lost her temper at him. She said, "I don't understand. Isn't it just being a class teacher? You are so busy that you don't even have time to go to Grandma's house for a meal. Fortunately, we live in the same yard. If you still live in Yanjing, I'm afraid I won't be able to see you for the rest of my life." "It's my fault, my fault." Fang Yan apologized again and again. There were some things that were not convenient for him to say, and the reasons that were convenient to say were difficult to convince Grandma. He simply bowed his head and apologized to appease Grandma's anger. Because except for your closest relatives, no one would care where you ate and how long you didn't come back for dinner. Lu Chaoge also spoke up for Fang Yan and explained, "It's my fault. My company has just been established, and I need Fang Yan's help with many things." Grandma said in a hurry, "It's not your fault, it's not your fault. It's only right that Fang Yan goes to help. If he doesn't, who will? I'm just afraid that he's so clumsy that he can't do anything right." Fang Yan felt as if his wound, which had yet to heal, had been ruthlessly poked again. She was his own grandma. Lu Chaoge couldn't help but laugh at her grandma's amusing remark. Fang Yan is quite capable. So what? Luckily, he's only a class teacher. If he becomes the principal, I won't be able to see my grandson for years to come. Chaoge, you can't learn from him. Let Fang Yan do everything for you, and you need to take good care of yourself. Come to my place for dinner when you're free, and I'll make soup for you. Oh, I noticed that you liked fish last time, so I made some different kinds today. Here, try them. Fang Yan, go upstairs and tell your grandpa to come down for dinner." Fang Yan sighed softly in his heart as he watched his grandmother pull Lu Xiaoge's hand affectionately into the house for dinner. It seemed that his grandma, like all the other teachers at school, had misunderstood his relationship with Lu Chaoge. It was time to have a talk with him. Whoosh! 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 Qianye Hao used to make a whooshing sound when he attacked, but now it was a whooshing sound. His father had told him that he could start learning sword techniques when his attacks were silent. The true North Star one-blade flow sword technique had been improved upon and developed by his father. What Qianye Hao needed to do was to perfect his father's improved sword techniques, find his own unique sword techniques, and develop them again. Qianye Hao would inherit the honor of the light of the North Star. He was grateful to his father for bringing him to Huaxia. Stepping on this fertile land and feeling Fang Yan's existence at such a close distance, he was filled with passion and inspiration. His only hope, was that he did not die under his father's sword when his sword Dao reached great accomplishment. Qianye Hao stood under the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. The osmanthus flowers had bloomed, but the leaves on the tree were still green. Not in good condition. Qianye Hao said with a smile. If it's because the battle is approaching, such an opponent won't be able to withstand a single blow. Qianye Hao stood behind her father and held his favorite teapot. She said, "Father, if that's the case, can we postpone the date of the battle? Just as you said, an opponent who isn't in his best condition can't be my father's opponent." If teacher Fang Yan was given more time, he might have performed better. No. If we postpone the battle this time, he'll think he's lucky. Qianye Haowu said. The people of Huaxia often say that the first spurt of energy will weaken, and the third will be exhausted. I need him to perform his best under high pressure. Only then will I be interested in fighting him. Father, will you kill Fang Yan Haowu? Qianye Haowu asked worriedly. Qianye Haowu glanced at his daughter and said with a smile, "It's late. Go back to sleep." He took the teapot from Qianye Haowu and walked past Qianye Haowu, who was still stabbing his sword with all his might. He said, "Entertain my guest." Hearing that, Qianye Haowu immediately followed his father outside with his sword in hand. In the long and narrow alley, a black figure stood tall and straight. Seeing two figures, one tall and one short, walking toward him from afar, his eyes turned cold, and he tightened his grip on his sword. Qianye Haowu stopped and looked at the black shadow. He asked in a deep voice, "Do you want to challenge him?" Chapter 240. His eyes were sharp, his expression was cold, and he was wearing a black shirt. His head was slightly lowered. He didn't look at Chiba Berioku, but at the ground under his feet. He was holding a simple and unadorned long sword in his hand, looking like a peerless master. You could think of him as a young version of Yi Gucheng or a black-clothed version of Shimen Chue Xue, that is, if you ignored his round figure. "Yes. I want to challenge you," Fang Yingying said proudly. "Raise your head," Chiba Berioku said. "What's wrong with this challenger? You always have your head down. You have to let people see what you look like and see if you're worthy of my sword." "No," Fang Yingying said with a tough attitude. If he said no, he wouldn't. There was no room for discussion. "Why is that?" Chiba Shinobu's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that this was a new fighting method that had just become popular in Huaxia? Chiba Berioku had such a good habit. He was knowledgeable and greedy for novelty. No matter what kind of fighting method or skill it was, he was willing to appreciate it. Discard the dregs and take the essence. In the end, he took those things for himself. He gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools and achieved the glory of the God of Swords. No reason. Just think of it as my neck sprained. Fang Yingying said. He didn't want to raise his head. Because he heard from Junior Martial Uncle that when he saw Chiba Berioku, he had a feeling that he couldn't make a move. Since even Junior Martial Uncle couldn't make a move when he saw this old monster, he couldn't make a move. Fang Yingying thought hard and finally found a way to deal with Chiba Berioku. "I won't look at you. I won't even look at you. Naturally, I can make a move, right?" Fang Yingying felt that he was 2F** king smart. Chiba of the army stared at Fang Yingying and looked a little dispirited. He took a sip of tea from the small teapot and said, "I was looking forward to a battle, but I didn't expect it to be two naughty kids. Come out, my little friend." Fang Haohan, who was also dressed in black, walked out from the corner of the courtyard. He angrily said to Fang Yingying, "He called me little friend. How am I small? Don't stop me, I want to fight to the death with him." After Fang Yingying came out, Qing Yin, who was dressed in black and had his entire head covered in a hat, also walked out from the shadows. He had been monitoring Fang Haohan all this while, but this guy didn't make any strange movements, so he didn't act rashly. After all, this was Huaxia, and they still had some scruples. If someone dared to pry into the Sword God's family's privacy in the East Ocean, they would have been beheaded by him. Qing Yin walked up to Chiba of the army and said in the East Ocean language, "I've searched, and there are no suspicious people around." Fang Yingying was very dissatisfied with Fang Haohan's attitude. He said, "Fang Haohan, I'm now in a state of battle, pouring qi into my dantian and becoming one with my sword. Don't you know that talking to me at this time will affect my fighting qi? What's more annoying is that you actually came to tell me a joke." Fang Haohan felt very wronged and said, "I'm not joking." Chiba of the army was really speechless at these two challengers. He said, "Please go back. You are no match for me." He didn't sense any dangerous aura from them, and he didn't even have the mood to fight. When he had just become famous, such challengers would come to him every day. There were at least 800 if not 1,000. Later, when he became more and more famous, those people suddenly disappeared. He didn't expect that not long after he arrived in Huaxia, there would be people from Huaxia coming to challenge him, and opponents of this level. It was extremely boring. Clang! Fang Yingying nimbly pulled out the long sword in his hand and still didn't look at Chiba of the army's eyes. He said, "Let's begin. I'm going to cut you down with my sword and establish my undefeated reputation." Qing Yin was angry and said to Chiba of the army in a deep voice, "Master, Qing Yin requests to fight." "Forget it," Chiba of the army said. He knew Qing Yin's way of doing things. If he allowed him to fight, he was afraid that neither of these two kids would go back. Killing people here was a big taboo, and there was no need to be angry over a few kids. Chiba of the army held the small teapot and turned back leisurely. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan were a little dumbfounded. Chiba of the army didn't want to fight them. "Hero, what should we do?" Fang Haohan said anxiously. "If he doesn't fight you, how can I film? How do I know?" Fang Yingying said impatiently. Fang Yan was injured, and the bullet passed through his body. Although there was no danger to his life, and it wouldn't even affect Fang Yan's normal work and teaching students. However, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, who were both from martial arts families, understood that this was a very fatal thing for a duelist who was about to fight with a master. This bullet didn't take Fang Yan's life, but it drained the blood in his body. Without vigor, how could a man be strong? Of course, if the one fighting with Fang Yan was at the level of Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan wouldn't be worried at all. They were very clear that even now, they couldn't beat Junior Martial Uncle. However, the one fighting with Junior Martial Uncle turned out to be a master who had entered the cliff wall stage. "Ah, the cliff wall stage, such a strong person, I'm afraid you wouldn't see one in your lifetime." In this case, the impact of the bullet on Fang Yan was enough. Without a peaceful state of mind and a healthy body, without full spirit, without high fighting spirit, without a strong desire to live, how could Fang Yan win? Fang Yan's wound was bandaged by Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, and they were also diligent in changing the dressing. Fang Yingying had unintentionally probed, since the injury was so serious, could the duel be postponed or simply cancelled? Fang Yan shook his head, saying that it couldn't be cancelled, nor could it be postponed. Fang Haohan said that they might as well not go. Would he run to the school to hurt people? Fang Yan shook his head and said, "The news of my duel with the Chiba army has been spread out by people with intentions. After the Chiba army came to Huaxia, the first person they challenged was me. Now it's not just a duel between me and the Chiba army, but a duel between the Huaxia martial artists and the Japanese martial artists. I can lose, I can die. However, I have to go." Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan were really anxious. Fang Yan said that he could lose, he could die. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan didn't want Fang Yan to die. The two of them thought about it and decided to find the Chiba army for a duel first. Fang Yingying acted as a meat shield and took the initiative to challenge the Chiba army, while Fang Haohan secretly filmed with a digital camera. Whether the Chiba army injured Fang Yingying or killed Fang Yingying, he couldn't show up and call the police with the digital camera. At that time, the police would arrest or deport the Chiba army, and Junior Martial Uncle wouldn't have to participate in the duel anymore, right? For Fang Yan, they were not afraid of losing, nor were they afraid of death. Their plan was exquisite, but the Chiba army was not willing to make a move at all. Fang Yingxiong bellowed as he charged towards the Thousand Leaves military department with his longsword. He was very fast, and he used the Fang Plum Blossom steps with all his strength. Bang! Fang Yingying's body flew back. The Chiba army didn't make a move, nor did Qing Yin and Chiba Haohan. Fang Yingying covered his stomach and coughed violently. Fang Haohan cried out in surprise. Miss Yi Ro, who was wearing a black leather coat and had short hair, stood in front of Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan. Seeing the sword in Fang Yingying's hand and the digital camera in Fang Haohan's hand, she was even more angry. She slapped Fang Yingying's head and asked in a sweet and arrogant voice, "Did you come up with this stupid idea again?" Fang Yingying didn't dare to dodge. He hurriedly explained, "It's not me, it's really not me." Slap. Yi Ro slapped his head again and said, "How dare you lie again?" Miss Yi, slap. Yi Ro slapped him on the head again. "Stop it, stop it." Fang Yingying howled with his hands covering his head. "I confess, it's me. It's what I want. Miss Yi, stop it. I was going to confess just now." "I know." Yi Ro looked like she understood. "I'm used to it. I think it's more rhythmic to slap you 3 times. Fang Yingying opened his eyes and mouth wide. He looked at Yi Ro and couldn't say a word for a long time. Is it necessary to beat someone rhythmically? Seeing Yi Ro staring at the digital camera in his hand, Fang Haohan's face became even paler. He hurriedly hid the digital camera behind his back, but soon realized that it was an insult to Miss Ye's IQ. He quickly took it out and said with a smile, "Miss Yi, it's all Fang Yingying's stupid idea. In fact, I don't agree with it. I strongly opposed it, but he threatened me with force. So, I could only follow him to this side." Bang! Before Fang Haohan finished his words, his body flew out. Yi Ro clapped her hands and said coldly, "Although Fang Yingying's idea is a bit stupid and he looks a bit wretched, at least he has a good mind. The Fang family raised you and taught you, but you are not even willing to make this sacrifice. Instead, you drag others down and betray your friends. If we weren't in front of outsiders, I would beat you to death." Fang Yingying nodded again and again, smiling so much that his eyes couldn't be seen. Yi Ro waved her hand and said, "Get out. Don't let me see you again." Fang Haohan climbed up from the ground and ran to Fang Yingying, saying, "Hero, she asked us to get out. This is an insult to us. Should we be angry?" Fang Yingying slapped Fang Haohan's head and scolded, "What's the use of being angry?" Influenced by Yi Ro, Fang Yingying also liked this kind of movement of slapping people's heads. Needless to say, there was indeed a sense of rhythm when he smoked. It was very satisfying. Fang Haohan thought it was right and said, "Then I won't be angry." Chapter 241. Fang Yingxiong and Fang Haohan didn't leave. They knew that although Yi Ro was a fierce woman who would beat people up at the slightest provocation, she didn't come to the Ministry of War alone to have tea and chat with them. Based on Fang Yingxiong and Fang Haohan's low IQ, they guessed that she might have the same goal as them. She wanted to drive the Chiba military division out of China so that Fang Yan wouldn't have the chance to fight with them. Thinking of this, Fang Haohan had already thought of a way to please Yi Ro. He walked quickly to Miss Yi and handed her the camcorder in his hand, saying, "Miss Yi, I didn't use this thing just now. I think you might need it. Here you are." Slap. Fang Haohan was slapped on the head again. Fang Yingying had just learned the trick of slapping the head from Yi Ro, and now he was addicted to it and couldn't stop. He carefully recalled the moment when he slapped Yi Ro. When Fang Haohan was about to lose his temper, he shouted at Fang Haohan first, "Fang Haohan, you idiot. Even if you give the camcorder to Miss Yi can't use it. Who can shoot while fighting?" Fang Haohan was stunned and said, "Then what should we do?" "Idiot." Fang Yingying wanted to slap Fang Haohan's head again, but Fang Haohan dodged it first. "Of course we'll use the camcorder to shoot for Miss Yi." Fang Yingying turned to look at Yi Ro and said, "Miss Yi, do you think I'm right?" Yi Ro's eyebrows twitched as she clenched her fists. Suppressing the urge to beat these two idiots to death on the spot, he said with a fierce expression, "You two idiots, Can't you use your brain to think instead of your knees? Don't do such shameful things in the future, okay? Do you think you can kick him out of Huaxia just because you took a DV camera? He doesn't even need to do anything. His disciple will deal with the two of you. Even if you succeed and use this method to expel Huaxia back to Japan, our Huaxia martial artists will still become the laughingstock of the world, and you will also become the shame of Huaxia martial artists. In the future, don't learn from that wretched bastard junior martial uncle. Isn't it good to speak and do things with dignity? Put away your camcorders and scram as far as you can. Don't let me see you again. Every time I see you, I want to beat you up dozens of times. Thump, thump, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan ran far away and peeped at them from the corner of the yard. You scared me to death, Fang Haohan said with his hand on his chest. He had the look of a frightened young man. We didn't tell anyone. Why did the whole world laugh at us? Fang Yingying couldn't figure it out. Of course, things like secretly taking photos had to be done in secret. Yi Rou looked at Chiba of the army and said in a calm voice, I'm sorry for the mischief of my family. They don't have the right to make you draw your sword, but I want to have a try. I want to challenge you. Qing Yin was so angry that he rushed to where Yi Rou was standing. Come back, Chiba of the army shouted. Whoosh! Qing Yin retreated again, as if he had never left. He moved as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. Chiba of the army looked at Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan not far away and then at Yi Rou. He said with a smile, Did Fang Yan send you? No one sent us, Yi Rou said. Fang Yan doesn't know we're here. That's true. It's hard for a person with bad intentions to achieve such a high level at such a young age. Chiba of the army said. I know you. My daughter is studying in Rosefinch. When she came back, she said that a beautiful woman beat up Fang Yan in front of many students. That woman is you, right? It's me, Yi Rou said. Chiba of the army shook his head slightly and said, You want to hurt my body and heart of the sword so that Fang Yan can have an advantage in the battle with me? Yi Rou was a little unhappy. Does this old guy want to fight? If he wants to fight, then fight. Why is he talking so much nonsense? I'm here because you're a brilliant opponent, Yi Rou said. We, the warriors of Huaxia, are not afraid of challenges and are willing to take the initiative to challenge stronger enemies. You want Fang Yan to practice swordsmanship for you, and I also want to defeat you to forge an undefeatable heart of the sword. I like this answer better, Chiba of the army said. Adversity produces talents, and desperation produces masters. If you're all here for Fang Yan, you don't have to. Without experiencing blood and fire, how can you have supreme cultivation and set foot on the path to the heavens? Sword, Yi Rou shouted. Whoosh! Fang Yingying threw the sword hard, and Yi Rou caught the sword in his hand. Clang! Yi Rou quickly drew the sword, looked at Chiba of the army and said, I'll take it as a yes. Before she finished her words, she had already rushed toward Chiba of the army with a sword. Chiba of the army was excited. He liked to watch his father fight with others at such a close distance. He preferred to see his father effortlessly defeat his opponent. It was a feeling that everything was under his control. He was at ease, as though there was nothing in the world he couldn't do. This man was his father, the man he admired the most and yearned to surpass. It was a wonderful feeling. So. Qing Yin grabbed his arm, tapped the tip of his foot, and leaped backward, jumping out of the combat range. He ran in a straight line. A straight strike. Just like Yi Rou's character, there were no overly flashy moves, nor were there any illusions. She simply thrust the sword at Chiba of the army. It was also because of Yi Rou's character that she was able to achieve so much at such a young age. Those with great providence were definitely people with merit. Fang Zheng was straightforward. That was Yi Rou's character. This was also the reason why Old Drunkard preferred Yi Rou over his junior brother, Fang Yan. Because he felt that Fang Yan, was too embarrassing. However, Chiba of the army, who was known as the god of swords of Japan, didn't slack off at all. No one knew better than him that this simple strike of Yuro's was not simple at all. This strike went straight for the 3 vital points and 13 important acupoints on his chest. At the same time, his facial features and even his entire head were covered in the strike. 3 flowers in 1 sword, initial success in swordsmanship. 7 flowers in 1 sword, advanced to the next level. Flower rain in the sky, Grandmaster. This was the basic common sense to evaluate a swordsman. According to this standard, Yuro's strike didn't even have a flower, and her level couldn't even be called initial success in swordsmanship. However, if one's swordsmanship reached the realm of return to simplicity, there wouldn't even be a flower. No flower meant that the world was full of sword flowers. No illusion meant that any illusion could be created. Just as Yuro's long sword reached Chiba of the army's chest, Chiba of the army moved like lightning. A long white robe with wide sleeves. A white, almost transparent hand stretched out from the sleeve. It was so relaxed that it looked like a fairy brewing tea or a Buddha picking flowers. Clang! Chiba of the army caught the tip of the long sword with 2 fingers. Whoosh! Yuro's sprinting speed finally stopped. No sound could be heard, but the fierce chi rolled up the dead leaves and dust on the ground. They flew all over the sky like butterflies playing in the wind. Yuro shook her wrist, and the long sword broke into 2 pieces. One piece was caught between Chiba of the army's fingers, and the other was still in her hand. Yuro raised her sword and stabbed again. Clang! Chiba of the army stretched out his fingers again and caught the blade of Yuro's sword again. Yuro shook her wrist again, and the long sword broke into 2 pieces again. When Yuro stabbed for the 3rd time, Chiba of the army still caught the sword with his fingers. Crack, 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 the long sword in Yuro's hands suddenly broke into countless pieces, and the countless pieces stabbed toward Chiba of the army like countless knives. The heavenly net was densely packed, enveloping the vital points of Chinya Bing's body. As long as any of the pieces pierced him, Chiba of the army would pay a heavy price, if not dead. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan were both shocked by this scene. Fang Yingying cried out in surprise, "Did you see that? Heavenly maids scatter flowers. The legendary heavenly maids scatter flowers." Fang Haohan, how long has it been since you saw the real heavenly maids scatter flowers? 2 years ago, when Miss Yi competed with Junior Martial Uncle, she used heavenly maids scatter flowers on Junior Martial Uncle. Miss Ye's kung fu became more advanced. Fang Haohan, who was busy filming with the DV, said, "At that time, Junior Martial Uncle caught 13 pieces. The rest were all stuck on him." Fang Yingying thought in his heart, "I don't know how many pieces this old monster Chiba of the army can catch." Chiba of the army's eyes shone with a strange light. Beautiful. Without any external force at all, he only used his own internal strength to shatter the hard sword into pieces, and then used the air and wind to attack the enemy. It was impossible to guard against and dodge. Chiba of the army stretched out his hands, and his wide sleeves waved in the wind like silk. Clang! With a crisp sound, Chiba of the army's body became calm again. However, the countless sword pieces that Yuro had thrown out suddenly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Yuro didn't give up. Her body was infinitely close to Chiba of the army. Using the last small part of the sword on the hilt, she fiercely stabbed Chiba of the army's chest. Chiba of the army's body jumped into the air for no reason, and when he was in the air, he waved his sleeves very naturally. Clatter, silver light flashed, and the sky was full of stars. The pieces collected by Chiba of the army's sleeves became his killing weapons, whistling and rushing at Yuro. They were faster and more aggressive. Those sharp blades became an orderly saber formation, and all the sharp tips were densely aimed at Yuro, who was rushing at him. Yuro could be stabbed into mud at any time, which was extremely dangerous. Chapter 242. Fang Yingying was about to rush to the scene of the fight, but Fang Haohan grabbed him. Fang Yingxiong's face and neck turned red as he roared, "Hero Fang, let go of me right now." This woman was Yi Rou, the eldest daughter of the Yi family. She was a close friend of their master, and junior martial uncle's nemesis and nemesis. If it weren't for her, who would correct their moves and call them fools? If it weren't for her, who could beat junior martial uncle to death year after year and make such rapid progress in martial arts, from the shame of the Fang family to the shame of the Fang family? Nothing could happen to her. Nothing could happen to her. If something happened to Yi Rou, they couldn't explain to their master, junior martial uncle, or the elders of the Yi and Fang families. They were men, and they had to stand in front of this woman. This was the responsibility that Guanyin Bodhisattva Gautama Buddha gave him. You can't save her. Fang Haohan grabbed Fang Yingying's arm and wouldn't let go. Of course I know I can't save her. Fang Yingying yelled. I'm strong enough to block the sword. While Fang Yingxiong and Fang Haohan were still being lovey-dovey with each other, Yi Rou had already prepared the counterattack that she should have. Yi Rou jumped high into the air with the tip of her foot. She was like a black bird sprinting high into the sky, like a rocket without a booster. She jumped very, very high, so high that ordinary people would be afraid of her. Qing Yin was a ninja, and he had always been proud of his speed and qinggong. He had dominated the 37 islands in the East Ocean, and he thought he could make a name for himself in Huaxia. However, this young girl just lightly tiptoed, like a beautiful firework leaping into the sky. Did she think about other people's feelings? Qing Yin, can you do it? Chiba Haomu raised his head and asked expectantly. His eyes were filled with excitement and desire. The world was vast, and martial arts were magical. There were all kinds of strange martial arts and masters. He really hoped that he could become one of them. He also hoped that he could be like his father and fight to the death with the most powerful opponents in the world. This was how a martial artist should be. I can, Qing Yin said. If he tried his best, he could do as well as Yi Rou. If he had the help of some tools, he could do better than Yi Rou. However, very quickly, his eyes blazed with divine light and his pupils became abnormally bright. With an excited expression, he said, I can't do it. He even pulled down the hat that had been covering his head. It was a thin and shriveled middle-aged man, his face covered in scars. This is what he left behind in order to become a qualified jonin and pass the beauty array. No one's success was by chance, regardless of whether that person was a Huaxia or an East Asian. As a martial artist, they already had the spirit to sacrifice themselves for the martial Tao. In his eyes, the current Yi Rou could be called a miracle. When Yi Rou's body leaped to the highest point, she completely dodged the sweeping sword forest. Yi Rou's feet swayed as if she was walking in the air. She jumped above Chiba Hashirama, who was in midair, and stepped on the top of Chiba Hashirama's head. It was only an inch, but the energy brought up by it reached a radius of several meters. A strong whirlpool of air formed around her, enveloping herself and Chiba Hashirama, and then she stepped on him from top to bottom. Chiba Hashirama didn't dodge. He held his right index finger and middle finger together like a sword. The sword was full of murderous intent, and it stabbed at Yi Rou's foot. Whoosh, the sword energy pierced through the sole of Yi Rou's black leather boots and pierced the flesh of her foot. Like a huge balloon being pierced by a needle, the airflow suddenly disappeared. Yi Rou felt the danger. She borrowed the force of her body in the air again, rolled twice in a row, and fell far away to the ground. It was precisely because of her dodge that she avoided Chiba Hashirama's next killing move. Clap, 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 Yi Rou fell to the ground and took 3 steps back in succession. Whoosh, 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 it wasn't until then that the blade fragments pierced into the walls and tree trunks after a short flight, not even leaving a trace. Yi Rou frowned slightly and looked at Chiba Hashirama more fiercely. This old monster had entered the state of being one with his sword. He was the sword, and the sword was him. There was no part of his body that wasn't a sword, and there was no part of his body that wasn't a sword. He killed people with sword energy, and he killed people invisibly. Chiba Hashirama's body landed gently, neither too fast nor too slow, and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. In this round, Chiba Hashirama won a small victory. You want to kill people, Yuro said. Death and injury are inevitable in a competition, Chiba Hashirama said with a smile. Either you step on my dead body to achieve supreme glory, or you become a dead soul under my sword. Who cares? I don't understand. There are so many masters in Huaxia, and there are so many eccentric hermits. Why do you have to fight with Fang Yan? With your cultivation at the absolute wall stage, his chances of winning are slim. Is it really because he is an opponent worthy of your sword? Because he is an opponent worthy of my sword, Chiba Hashirama said calmly. His attitude was very firm. There are many people worthy of your sword. Tao addict Song Zaniang, martial addict Ho Zhendong, nation master Li Zonghao, and hermit Weed of Weed Temple in the south. Which one of them is not a first-class master in the world? Aren't they worthy of your sword? Chiba Hashirama, you bully the weak with your power. Yuro pointed to Chiba Hashirama, who was not far away, and asked, Is that your son? Yes. He is Chiba Hashirama, Chiba Hashirama said calmly. If I challenge him and set up a fight to the death, what will you do? Yiro sneered. What's the difference between your behavior and what I'm going to do? If he admits defeat, the death will naturally be solved. If he accepts your challenge, then he must go all out. Chiba Hashirama looked at Yiro and said, Miss Yi, I understand what you mean. You think I'm looking for Fang Yan to avenge my son and vent my hatred for my disciple, right? If he is willing to admit defeat, this competition will be cancelled immediately. Yiro was silent. She knew that Fang Yan would not admit defeat. He could admit defeat to her, or even lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. He could admit defeat to the old drunkard. In order to force the old drunkard to teach him drunken crane riding the wind, he cried, made a scene, and asked him to be his master. After his plan to hang himself in front of the old drunkard failed, he threatened to secretly pee in the old drunkard's wine jar. But when did he admit defeat to others? When the Bailey family challenged him, even if he was beaten badly, didn't he grit his teeth and persist? The Tang family and the Fang family had been enemies for generations. The two families often fought each other. He was surrounded and beaten into a dumpling. He was beaten unconscious, but he didn't admit defeat. Wasn't admitting defeat to the Japanese Chiba Shinobi division even more difficult for him to accept than killing him? Miss, fighting with the heavens is endless joy. Fighting with the earth is endless joy. Fighting with others is endless joy. This is what you Huaxia people say. Have you forgotten it? Chiba Hashirama comforted her with a smile. It's rare to see a Dao querying expert. Please forgive me for my eagerness to hunt. So, miss, please do your best in the next battle. Yiro stopped talking and took out a dragon head dagger from her waist. Of course, this wasn't a real dagger. She pulled the dragon's eye with both hands, and the bright dagger flew out of the dragon's head. Between the dragon's head and the dagger was a rope with dragon scales on it. Dragon whip. Yiro held the dragon's head in her hand and shook her wrist. The dagger on the whip tip flew toward Chiba Hashirama not far away. The dragon scale rope was made of an unknown material. It let out a sharp dragon roar. The whip moved like a long knife or a sharp sword, cutting through the air and making a hissing sound. This time, Chiba Hashirama didn't wait for the weapon to reach him to intercept it. He stretched out his body and flew toward Yiro. His long hair and loose robe fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world. He ignored the whip tip that was aimed at the major acupoints on his chest. Even when the sharp blade came, he only flicked his finger. Clang! With a crisp sound, the dagger lost its aim and flew to the side. At this moment, he had already rushed into the inner palace and entered Yiro's defensive range. He slashed his palm toward Yiro's neck. His palm was also a sword, and the sword energy was shocking. Whoosh! Yiro shook her wrist again and pulled the dagger back, stabbing it toward Chiba Hashirama's heart from behind. At this moment, Chiba Hashirama could cut off Yiro's neck with his palm, but he would also be pierced by Yiro's dragon whip. He could either dodge or die together. This was Yiro's deliberate plan to hurt both sides. Chiba Hashirama looked at Yiro. In order to express her determination, Yiro closed her eyes at this critical moment. Chiba Hashirama knew that this girl was ready to sacrifice herself. When two people met on a narrow path, only the one who was not afraid of death could take advantage. Chiba Hashirama sighed softly and his figure became illusory. Clap! He slapped Yiro's chest. The dagger that was about to stab into his back did stab into his heart, but it went through his heart again. What the dagger stabbed was only his illusion. His movements were too fast, and even when he had already left, his body was still in the same place without any change. His body disappears, and your eyes deceive you. Puff! Yiro spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward in the air. Chapter 243. It was too fast and too urgent. Fang Yingying realized that the situation was not good and rushed over to pick her up. She was about to hit the ground halfway. Whether it was Qianye of the Ministry of Arms or Yiro, their full speed was not something that ordinary people could catch up with. Fang Yingying wasn't weak, but he was still several levels below them. This had nothing to do with hard work, but talent. Some people were born to be martial arts geniuses. Bang! A black figure rushed over from behind Fang Yingying, stepped on his shoulder, and leaped over his head. He jumped up high and caught Yiro's body, who had lost control of her body, and held her in his arms. A cool breeze blew, and the moonlight shone leisurely. Yiro opened her eyes and saw Fang Yan's worried eyes. Her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with anger, and she said angrily, "Why are you here? Why are you here?" Fang Yan asked with a smile. "I'm here to challenge the Thousand Leaves Military Department," Yuan said. "I also want to challenge the Thousand Leaves Military Department. He's the one I want to challenge. This is my battle. What are you doing here?" Yiro was furious. This feeling was too embarrassing. It was just like when he was a child and suddenly wanted to steal his cousin's makeup box to put on makeup for himself. In the end, he found a pair of eyes peeking at him from the window halfway through. She flew into a rage, and her eyes disappeared with a grin. From then on, she had the nickname, Monkey King. She swore that she would beat up Fang Yan every time she saw him. "Miss, are you being reasonable?" "Alright, I know you've always been unreasonable. But first come, first served, right?" Fang Yan explained patiently, "He is my opponent. Even if you want to challenge him, you'll have to be behind me." "Who set the rules for queuing?" "I want to challenge him now, I'm willing. If you're not convinced, hit me." This woman was always like this, making it impossible for people to talk to her nicely. All they wanted was a good fight. Before Fang Yingying could have the time to think, how could Fang Haohan run faster than me, he heard Fang Haohan shouting, "Junior Martial Uncle," from behind. It turned out that youngest Martial Uncle was here. Fang Yingxiong finally stopped his running fat body with great difficulty and sprinting forward. If Junior Martial Uncle came, then there was nothing for him to do. Otherwise, if Junior Martial Uncle misunderstood that he wanted to steal his woman, then it would be big trouble. After all, who would be willing to have a handsome rival by the side of the woman they like? Bang! Only then did Fang Yan land with Yiro in his arms. "Put me down," Yuan said. "You're hurt. Put me down." Yiro became even more domineering. Ignoring him, Fang Yan looked at Chiba Barioshi and said, "My wife and children are immature and have caused you trouble. I'm sorry. I'm afraid of losing and death, but I'm most afraid of retreating. I'll be there on time for the Battle of One Sword Peak. Don't worry. Fang Yan smiled at Chiba Baryoshi and walked back with Yi Ro in his arms. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at each other and followed him cautiously. Chiba Baryoshi stood there, looking at the backs of Fang Yan and the others with a worried expression. Chiba Baryoshi and Qing Yin walked over, and Chiba Baryoshi said happily, "Father, you won again." Yes, his father won again. He had won countless times since he was old enough to understand things. He had witnessed some of the battles with his own eyes, but most of the battles had become stories and legends. His father was the sword god of Japan, a figure deified by Japanese warriors. Winning was a habit for him. So was Chiba Baryoshi. Chiba Baryoshi didn't respond. He just stood quietly in the cool breeze under the moonlight. "What are you worried about, master?" Qing Yin asked. Chiba Baryoshi was still a child after all, and Qing Yin was more mature and sharper. "I won, and Japan lost," Chiba Baryoshi said. "How can one person's victory offset the loss of a country?" Father, master, Chiba Baryoshi and Qing Yin were confused. They didn't know why Chiba Baryoshi said that. If he won, it meant that Japan had won. Because he was the pride of Japan, one of the representatives of Japanese warriors. How could the Japanese have lost? In Japan, they call me the sword god. Everywhere I go, they worship me, Chiba Baryoshi said in a low voice. He didn't feel very proud because of this. Chiba Baryoshi smiled and said, "Father, that's the supreme honor you earned with your own strength. You deserve it. Father has always been my goal, and also the goal of thousands of Japanese warriors." Chiba Baryoshi shook his head and said, "That's what I'm worried about. When they see me, they all keep quiet and worship me like a god. But that's not what I want. I want them to have the courage to draw their swords against me. In Japan, no one has the courage to draw their swords against me. In Huaxia, I've already met two. Even the two men who don't dare to look me in the eye have the determination to die," Chiba Baryoshi said. Japan lost. Chiba Baryoshi looked at his father with more love, and Qing Yin looked at his master with more respect. Chiba Baryoshi served the country and the people. The hatred of the country and the hatred of the family was the future of a martial artist. Even the man who was the Japanese sword god could not abandon all human emotions. He would love because he loved, and hate because he hated. Now, he was worried about the young man's desire to die and the martial arts heritage of Japan. Chiba Baryoshi turned around and said, "The brave are fearless. Let's work hard together." Only then did Chiba Baryoshi and Qing Yin notice that there was a small hole in the back of Chiba Baryoshi's clothes. With their sharp eyes, Qing Yin and Chiba Baryoshi could see the dazzling red line. The two of them sucked in a cold breath at the same time. "Father, are you hurt?" Chiba Baryoshi cried in surprise. As far as he could remember, he had never seen his father get hurt. Never had. The sword god is still a human. How can a human not be hurt? Chiba Baryoshi's calm voice came. Rosefinch High School. In the courtyard of the villa. "Take off your clothes," Fang Yan said. "No," Yi Ro said. "Take off your clothes." "No. Yi Ro, have you noticed? When we talk, we have to say the same thing several times." Fang Yan looked at the unreasonable Yi Ro helplessly and said, "I noticed." Fang Haohan raised his hand happily, feeling proud of his smart brain and wise eyes. Slap. Fang Yingying slapped his head and scolded, "You idiot, it has nothing to do with you. They are flirting, why are you getting involved? From now on, shut your stupid mouth." Yi Ro stared at Fang Yan with sharp eyes and said, "Fang Yan, don't think you can take advantage of me because I'm hurt. You may not be my match in a fight. Who wants to fight with you?" Fang Yan said angrily. "You're hurt. You're bleeding. You were slapped by that old psycho from Chiba Baryoshi." I have to see where you're hurt so I can apply medicine for you. What does it have to do with you? Yi-Ro said with disdain. She pushed Fang Yan away and said, don't put your face too close to me. I'm afraid it will affect my appetite and aggravate my injury. Then she turned around and was about to leave. Yi-Ro, stop the F***ck. Fang Yan shouted. He felt that his little universe was about to explode. What kind of woman is she? Is this kind of woman still a woman? Can you be affectionate just for once? Can you be humble for once? Can you be infinitely shy for once? Isn't it said that injured women are the most vulnerable? That old psycho from Chiba Baryoshi clearly slapped her, but why is she still so strong? Yi-Ro suddenly turned around and shouted, Fang Yan, what did you just say? Fang Yan's heroic appearance suddenly disappeared, and he said timidly, I said please wait. Even if you want to leave, you have to take the medicine I gave you. He winked at Fang Yingying. Fang Yingying ran into the room and took out a bottle of powder from Junior Marshall Uncle's private collection. After thinking for a while, he took out 2 more bottles, then 3. I'll tell my mom what you just said, Yi-Ro said. Fang Yan felt that this woman was too vengeful. Fang Yan gave the powder to Yi-Ro and said, apply half of it externally, and take the other half with water. You will be fine as long as all the clotted blood is drained out. Yi-Ro hesitated for a while, grabbed the bottle, and turned around and walked into the darkness. Fang Yan walked her to the door of the small courtyard and sighed as he looked at Yi-Ro's back. The two of them always used this strange way to get along. If they didn't quarrel or beat each other, they didn't know what to do. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan came over, and Fang Yingying said, Miss Yi saved us. If she hadn't gone in time, Fang Haohan and I wouldn't have been able to come back. She is a good person. Miss Yi didn't want to stay, because she was worried that she wouldn't have a place to sleep at night. Fang Haohan added. Fang Yan just remembered something, and turned around to look at Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan with a sneer. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan were scared, and their legs were trembling. Fang Yingying said hurriedly, Junior Marshall Uncle, I think I was hurt by the sword energy today. I'll go back and apply some medicine, I'm sleepy too. Fang Haohan was also quite smart, and he turned around to escape. Fang Yan quickly blocked in front of them, and both of his hands were flying, slapping Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan's heads non-stop, and scolded, You two idiots, leave the fighting to the women. Why did you run over there? You two uneducated guys, do you know how to write the word death? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.